passion's the key. He's building a world for the community. Through struggles and triumphs, he's always on deck. With the mantra he lives by, protect your neck. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free Heathen leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. It's more than print, it's a way to rise through the sweat and tears under burning skies. He's here for the makers, for the love he gives. With every design, he shows how to live. All free, then leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter. Hear the call with free Heathen. There's room for us Yo, it's free Heathen breaking the game. For the makers, the dreamers, remember the name. Crew and tribe, we're riding this wave. For every creator who dared to be brave. He's the man with the vision, designs that inspire, fueling the scene with relentless fire. From the crew to the tribe, he's breaking the mold, building a legacy that's fierce and bold. Promoting the makers, he's lifting them higher. Every model a spark, every prince desire. He's got the skills, the hustle, the drive. Free Heathen workshop, keeping dreams alive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free Heathen leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. Breaking the rules, yeah, he's setting the tone. For every designer making magic their own. Blueprints and dreams, they're the tools of the trade. With free Heathen workshop, the future's made. His models are art, his passion's the key. He's building a world for the community. Through struggles and triumphs, he's always on deck. With the mantra he lives by, protect your neck. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free Heathen leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. It's more than print, it's a way to rise through the sweat and tears under burning skies. He's here for the makers, for the love he gives. With every design, he shows was free heathen breaking the game. For the makers, the dreamers, remember the name. Crew and tribe, we're riding this wave. For every creator who dared to be brave. He's the man with the vision, designs that inspire, fueling the scene with relentless fire. From the crew to the tribe, he's breaking the mold, building a legacy that's fierce and bold. Promoting the makers, he's lifting them higher. Every model a spark, every prince desire. He's got the skills, the hustle, the drive. Free Heathen Workshop, keeping dreams alive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free, they're leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. Breaking the rules, yeah, he's setting the tone. For every designer making magic their own. Blueprints and dreams, they're the tools of the trade. With Free Heathen Workshop, the future's made. His models are art, his passion's the key. He's building a world for the community. Through struggles.
Helps if I turn the light on. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Welcome into my laboratory. Thank you all for being here. Wearing some plaid and some brown today because, you know, style is always important. I look like a sandwich. It's fantastic. How is everybody doing? The build plate is showing right now the new Monster Ball that's out on Maker World. Exclusive to Maker World. And that's the Rat Rod. Now, the problem with the Rat Rod, and let me just show you here. There's a problem. We got a problem. And the problem is, it's too small. It needs to be upscaled. So I have to reprint, but it looks pretty good so far. And upscale reprint should be not a major issue, I think. So that should be not a major issue. I know, share stream. I can get some more lights. It's a little dark in here. I think we could also post today some more Christmas ornaments from the lovely Piled. And for those of you watching the stream, and those of you then watching the VOD, I am looking for more designers to feature in my giveaway. Those of you who don't know, I guess I don't advertise it very much, but I do a Christmas. I give to the food bank every Christmas. Actually, every quarter I do it. I talk to the manager over at the food bank. I sent him an email, all that other stuff. But yeah, like I like to give my time, my processing time, and models featured by you guys to the food bank for the kids. I do it. It's sponsored by Polymaker, and Snapmaker I don't think sponsors it, but I have one of their big machines and I use that. So today we're printing on the big machine some cars from Fix 'em Dude. I did some garbage trucks, and I'll take photos when I do the thing. I probably could do that now. Actually, let me put the pictures on the disk, and then I'll put them on Maker or Tinker Atlas. Not Maker Atlas, Tinker Atlas. So ooh, ooh, ooh. I have feedback from one of the editors today on Darkstar. Ooh. I gotta send him a DM. Oh, I didn't do the thing. Let me do the thing first. Maker, do the thing. Also, shout out to CGS. CGS, I saw your build. I saw your build. It's very good. It's very good. It's very good. Um, let me. You gotta do that. If my hands won't work today. Hold on. I'm doing too many things at once. Yeah. So, so good news, great news, amazing news. The editor I'm having is like, hey, bruh, it's great what you've done, but we need to switch. We need to switch text editor. No, thank you, thank you. Actually, it's doing really well over on MakerWorld, and I am very excited by the benefits of MakerWorld. Believe it or not, because I think I made like $3 by making the model exclusive. So I don't know. Can't complain there. So again, that now kind of inspires me to do more stuff to MakerWorld. That's not bad. That's not bad. So maybe the rat rod will end up on MakerWorld. Shout out to Bamboo and MakerWorld. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I guess this is too small. You can see on the build plate, it's there. It's printed in Polymax PLA. Shout out to Polymaker. Link down below, of course. Um, but their stuff worked out great, but it's too small. And I thought to myself, well, this seems like a pretty good size. It's how big is it? It's 110 mil. It's 10 centimeters long, or 11 centimeters long, but it's too small. So we'll have to reprint that. We'll have to scale up and reprint that. But well, yeah, heck yeah. Like I was like, oh, well, $3. Look at me, I'm fancy. So I'm like, well, alrighty then. Let's do that. So let's do the thing, right? I forget how to tweet out that I'm on YouTube. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so that's not bad. And I do kind of know how to make this bigger. Because if I select everything and I upscale, so if I hold shift and I make this say 50 mil, there's my scale, right? So we could do that today if you guys wanted. We do have to work on a new tank. But yeah, 11 likes, 11 downloads. Ooh, I feel schmancy. So shout out MakerWorld, thank you for the help. Again, you guys can always join my thanks subscription. But I'm also really tempted to make a giant mushroom, but I don't have any white, so I'll have to figure that out. But I don't know if we should work on the rat rod today, or um, if we should work on a tank. Because if I look at my list, oh, so here's the options for today. My little list. So again, I got that maker fight with Baker Viking. He kind of bailed. That's fine. We have the Void Knight update. We have Canva, which we could try to learn. I'm waiting on Tubin 3D to send me his print and place truck. We did print the rat rod, but it was too small, so I just gotta do this. I might have to make a new list. We have the Void Knight update, which doesn't matter, and then we have the Zorblin tank build. Right? That's so we could go look if we wanted to, if we were thinking big brain, which is always what we try to do. We could go look on Daka Daka, which I think we should do. I think we should go look at some Space Orc builds on Daka Daka. And if you don't know what Daka Daka is, Daka Daka, let me show you. That's okay, Bob. Bob, I need another model from you. I want to make it bigger, ideally 2 or 3 color at most. 2 color is better for me. But I'm into it. I'm into it because the Christmas monkeys went over so well. So well. They were so excited for them. I found them a little small, but you know, oh, this is cool. I like the wings. We could do both. We can do towers. I don't really know. Like this is sort of what I need for inspiration. We'll open that, but we're looking at. We gotta take a gander. I'm random looking at sort of a little bit of whatever, you know. Oh, but I do have something to show you. Give me a sec. Oh, like this. That we could definitely do. That's cool too. I don't know. Are we doing flyers? No, we're doing tanks. We're doing tanks. So just give me 2 seconds. Oh, that's well done. Give me a second to just kind of just fulfill my gandering need. Yeah, this was a cool. Oh, we could do the treasure chests brown, and we just paint the teeth, right? We could do a mimic. That's cool too. We could do a mimic treasure chest. But yeah, the biplane, that's cool. We do have some planes that we could update for the Zorblin, right? Because I already made them. They are already part of the Zorblin thing, but I need inspiration for weapons, to be honest. Like sci-fi weapons and stuff. Oh, I like this. This is cool. I love that sort of mix of cloaks and armor, which is actually pretty hard to do in Tinkercad. But look at that scratch built tank. Oh, I like it. I like it. Okay, so I'm going to show you. I think we're gonna do some changes. Changes. Okay, so here we are in Tinkercad, right? So I gotta open new tab. But I was playing with the Bang, which actually should be changed to the Void Knights. Here it is. So we made some new weapons last night when I was watching Layers with Lily over on Twitch. Yeah, part of what third part of that have a saw running. Yeah, so what I need for the Christmas, it doesn't have to be Christmas built over bot. It can be anything. But I need ideally two color. We do have to get the J1 running, right? There's nothing wrong with the J. I don't know what's going on with the J1. It's being weird. We could fiddle with that today. The Artisan is just crushing it. Like it's just we did garbage trucks, we did Jeeps, we're now doing cars, no, pickup trucks actually. Pickup trucks in black and Sovereign Gold or Sovereign Purple, I don't know what it's called. Sovereign from Polymaker, which is a gold purple mix, and we're just doing some trucks in it. But this was when I was watching streams last night. This is what I was kind of working on. So I did some new weapons, right? So I revamped because I have all the original stuff over here, right? And I was like, that's okay, but we can make it better. That gray so you can see it better, right? It's okay, right? But I changed so far I've changed this whole turret, and then I made a couple of weapons for it. But one of the things that War Duck Miniatures was saying to me was, none of your stuff is tiltable. None of your stuff you can angle it. So you need a two-color design. Yes, please. Two colors would be better for me. But this is the new turret. So this is the old turret. Let me just change. The new, same cannon. But I just felt this one didn't have enough to it. And when I was looking at it, I was like, oh, well, this actually can probably print in the vertical position, right? So I rebuilt it, and I changed the cannons, and I changed everything. But now I'm like, oh, well, that actually will print pretty good in the vertical. So this, oh, and then I punched a big hole through this, and I might have to hollow it out some more. I'm not sure. But I liked the sort of, this was kind of plain, if you ask me. It was kind of plain, right? So I liked it, right? That's, of course it did. I made it, right? I was like, oh, but it's kind of plain. So then what I did was I just went and revised it. And I think that gives it more of a look, right? I don't know how well it's going to print, I'll be honest. But maybe we should upscale, print the rat rod and upscale. Because I do have silver. We wouldn't be doing it in Polymax. We'd be doing it in color. But I have silver, I have black, and I have assorted colors for body components. That's sort of what you guys, we could do that and we could run it. And I'll just delete the originals and do the upscale, which then upscale, if it works on, we know it works on the small scale, so then when we upscale it, it's not a big deal. But yeah, so that's what happened here. Is I just didn't like, I liked this. It was okay, right? Like it was okay. This is the first one I did for it. This is the new version of it, and actually it looks like this. Well, hello, Tubin. How are you? Tubin, can I have your print and place truck? But this is now what it looks like. See, now it's got a little more mi gusto, you know what I'm saying? That's the original. I did. We watched them yesterday. Watched them on Sunday or Monday. I can't remember. But I was like, oh, that's, I think that has more flavor, right? But I think we have to revise the whole tank. I think that's what's going to end up happening. I don't want to revise the whole tank, but I've slowly been picking at it. So, and then I added some new weapons. And I think this needs more because that charge plate, the piping, and you put this in here. The piping, like there's a big blank spot there, so we could put put a triangle or something in there. Now I know everything's fixed position, but that's something we could look at after we've sort of decided it, right? I'm going to do another version of this one without the square nozzle set, right? And I might put some slots in it, cause it's kind of like chunky, right? Like I could actually make the whole thing. If it prints in the vertical, I can make it hollow, right? I put a rod all the way. If I match the angle of the tube, and I'm not sure if I modified that or not. I don't think I've modified that yet. No, that's just what it looks like, right? But now I'm like, I think maybe. Can I be done? Okay. Do I have a gray? So what? Yeah. Do I need white? Because I haven't done a filament update, right? I haven't. But that's sort of, I think that's a pretty good new look. And actually, this might be wrong. I might put this silver and black. I could do that. So I might do that right away. I think I might make, instead of it being a ball, I think I might make it a satellite dish. But what I can do, white as silver. Okay. Yeah, I have silver, right? So we can copy this, right? All my parts and stuff here I was working. What I can do is I can take this, right? And I can ungroup it. But what I can do is I can now take, see, I think this needs to be a satellite dish. but we're gonna keep that little pivot point. Let's add it anyway. So we take this, we group all this, right? We group it, unlock, lock, unlock, group, and then what we do is we're gonna this and this. That lid was just like meh, so we take that, right? Actually, let's put the new cannon on it. Sorry, give me a second. Just because then it's matching. Sorry, matchy. Out of here, and then this. Here. Actually, probably to the bottom of that, to the center of that, and then to the. Because remember, this is just a copy, but that dresses it up. Look at the change. Look at the change we get. Look at, you know, now we got everything in place, right? But I think what we need to do is we need to add some texture to the tank, but the tank is not the best. I like it. Like, don't get me wrong, but it needs some movement. It needs some more stuff in it. That fits like that, but maybe more like. And we do this. We could group it if we really wanted. That's because I wanted to make door hatches and stuff. I think I did do door hatches on. This is the tank build, but there we go, right? So now we can sort of pick and choose as we go, but time it's all in where it needs. So this is like these are all rings and stuff. This is all how it's supposed to fit together. But there's and then we group it and then turn it white. It's like way lots of pieces. There we go, right? And then we can do the spawns and cannons and whatever we want, right? Let me grab the Discord message off this page. Thank you, sir. It's like you already have this because it's like you have 0, 1, or 1 of this. I was like, oh, okay. Got a painted one. Ew, fancy. So I'm going to have to change some colors. Although we try to do a purple and gold one. I'm kind of into that. Yeah. Might just run that while we're playing, right? Because we're just... Remember, Blurp is working today, just so you guys... Okay, so there, that's too big. That's... Oh, because Bamboo's already running. So where's... Alright. So this is the Bamboo width. Okay, so we're gonna load in. So here's my color profiles, right? I'm gonna change my layer height. Is it 1.6, Bob? It's probably 1.6. Add. Oh, he's gonna wipe out all my settings. Bamboo, why can I not just default settings to what I have? Yes, switch now. This is 3 color. So what I can do... Actually... And all of these are not. They're all my higher temp specs. Which is why I never give you guys specs, because like I always run my machines hotter than you guys do. Not a shot or anything. You just do what you got to do, right? But yeah, let's you know what? We're gonna keep the stock because I like the red. So can we change those dots though? Got to take this. Going to paint this just to save some color, right? Because like as great as it is to do all those color swaps, we're gonna change this like that, and then we're gonna have some red hippos. Okay, so clone this. I'm gonna make. Well, let's slice it and see how long it is. It's 1 hour. Oh, good build, Bob. Go back here, and we're gonna just make 3. Because I would like to keep the bamboo open. It'd be about 3 hours. Fine, because that's like today's show, right? No, that's an hour. That's an hour 53. It's 2 hours. I am cool with that. Okay, let me clear the build plate and then we'll run this. But we're gonna make some red hippos, and then we can always switch colors. Like we could just tell it like we want purple hippos instead of red. And actually, what if we switch? Let me see. Hold on. Let me see what I got color-wise. Brown, purple, purple. We got what is it? It's the new Starlight All-Star, I believe is what it's called. But let me see what I got hidden away in storage. Dark purple. So I got a bunch of stuff. Some more Pet G. I got metallic chrome. What's this? That's orange. Ooh, I like orange. Blue. More teal. What's this? This is... What is this? Or silk purple, because, purple. Can't never go wrong with purple. You always got to have your purple, right? And actually, I got to get that new nebula. Nope, that is dark gray. Do have dark gray. I think that's transparent. So I'm just double checking the colors I have. But what if that's blue? Oh, that's specialty purple. So let's take out the gunmetal gray. No, let's just do gray and gold. So we'll switch the red, because I like to keep that Polymax available to me. Gray and gold. How's that sound to you guys all? Because that way, well, I do like the red, but that way we get the choice. Now, are we murdering this beautiful bag from Polymaker, or are we saving it? Do you guys know? I can tell you the answer. You guys probably already know the answer, as I like to save my purge. And what do I save my purge in? Let's do some hippos. And actually, these ones are fairly big, Bob, so they're pretty cool. But yeah, if you guys know another designer, if you're watching the VOD, put a comment. And, because, like, I'll be running this week. Let me just. Yeah, I'm running this week, next week, and possibly. So there might be 3 weeks of production. As well as we have the big machine as well. So let's change this to gray. And I'm going to switch it on the machine. So I'm going to take it out of the red. But yes, I always save my Polymaker bags. Let's do it here. I don't know, I think it wanted me to update or something? Oh, we're going to update firmware. We're updating firmware. And you might say, well, why aren't you doing Christmas ornaments? Well, because I want these toys for kids to enjoy, right? So it's cool to have Christmas toys, Christmas themed toys, right? But then when the Christmas season's over, they may not play with them, right? So we're not going to do that. Just going to do toys. And I guess, yes, in Canada, there's always the well-known fact of the house hippo, right? You don't know. There's a internet savvy thing from years and years and years ago here in Canada about being like, hey, don't believe everything you see on the internet. And what they did was they used Photoshop and they added house hippos. Oh, we need to loop the Y. So give me a second. I gotta loop the Y. And that's been a Canadian culture thing for a long time, and I think it's really cool. All right, so we're gonna loop the Y. I can show you that. So what we're gonna do is come in here, pull the back plate off, which I always seem to have problems with. Out of here. That's our plate, right? Then I go up to my Gridfinity organizer up here on my machine. I find some lubrication. What do we got here? This is grease. No, it wants to be oiled. Is Bamboo Labs lubricating oil. And then we're just going to go in here and we look for anywhere where there's sort of wear on the rail, and we just lube it. And yes, you can over lube stuff. You can also under lube stuff. So just do your best, right? Bamboo does have a whole tutorial on it. Just Basically, anywhere you see like metal wearing, that's where you put your oil. And yeah, maybe I put a little too much, but it could be worse. It could have no oil. Actually, the joke was when I was in the factories was like any oil is better than no oil, and any grease is better than no grease. Stuff here that's sitting there. There's our lube. Again, this machine has thousands of hours on it. Thousands and thousands of hours on it. The machine alone has. Probably can look up the hours. Okay, done. Where we go, set. We've lubed it. We're just going to run this cycle, and then we're going to change filament, right? So I guess we'll pull the red off. I really like that red though, but we're going to try gold because I'm all out of white. I wonder if there's an update for the AMS. Or AMS Light. That's what I have because I have an A1. I'd be curious if there's a new AMS Light coming out because we could turn up the like it needs higher torque loads, right? Because the problem it has is it gets stuck on certain materials. Which again, I don't think Bamboo ever really expected the AMS Light to take off the way it has. Like the A1, just sort of like the A1. It's sort of they made the A1 and the A1 Mini. I don't think they ever expected the A1 to take off like it does. Like it's popular, and it's the one I recommend to people, right? I like the A1. We are talking about the other day. We are talking about desktop CNC versus desktop 3D printing, which are two different things, but everyone equates them to the same thing. It drives me nuts, and you know, I got opinions and stuff. And then yeah, we definitely have to update. I think we're gonna double the size, like legitimately double the size of the rat rod. Oh yeah, house hippos are live in the what are they? Is it central? Quad mounted buffer gun may be something for like. Yeah, that was the idea. It's chain. They're chain guns. They're like the idea was on them to be to make chain guns. And so if I hide this, oh that's the printer. It's chain. It's meant to be chain guns. Yeah, anti-infantry. Chain guns work for lots of stuff. Then I made some um, high intensity laser, right? Twin or dual high intensity laser, and then I have the plasma emitters, which is what the funny looking one is, because nobody's ever built a plasma emitter, right? Well, as far as I know, they've never made a plasma emitter. Update successful. Okay. Oh, there's no update for the AMS. Okay. Now I can go into filament, and I'm just gonna make this one. There is no teal apparently. back, and then we'll make just doing my color swapping, right? Here we go. You guys can't see. Oops, sorry about that. Just messing with the AMS, right? So there we go. So we're gonna airdrop this. I don't like airdropping. I'm not an airdrop kind of guy, but hey, Jimmy Jabba, I'm not gone. I'm just you get a chair stream because I don't have enough cameras. But I have noticed. I do have a thank you to the tribe. We have grown again. We are lucky enough to grow again here on YouTube. I'm gonna print some hippos. And we're going to throw those in the charity box. 1 and 3, yep. And these are, it's about a 2-hour print. And I asked for minimal material, like, because I don't want to do a lot of switching. Because we don't want a whole bunch of purge, right? So Built Robot supplied some house hippos. I know they're not house hippos, they're just hippos, but I still think they're cool. And then we're going to go back to designing, because I want to work on this tank thing. But I think I originally thought about we might have to refigure some things. There's too many voids at weird angles, if that makes sense. Yes, it's 2 hours, heating bed, perfect. Okay, so there we go. So now you can see the printer, everything's going. You can see off there on the side there, that is the undersized rat rod, which I think we're just going to double size. But we're going to do some hippos, and then we'll probably print the rat rod, right? We'll just do that. We'll pick colors. We'll do sections at a time. I need to swap out the gold. Well, we could keep the gold. Could make it gold. Gold and blue. And I can swap that Polymax out. Not a big deal. Not a big deal, right? So here we go. So you can see here, that's the rev up. This is not what I want to show. That was on the wrong page. Now I can go here. So I got Tinker Atlas open. Again, I support Tinker Atlas from my whole heart. I think it's really great. I have no idea what these things do, daily challenges and stuff. I can't believe how short the day is though. But it's not on Western time, right? So again, thank you everyone for supporting this model. Please, it is an exclusive to Maker World. So please go download it. Every download helps. And then let's go here. So and then now there's of course you can check out this new. These are the Shroomy Christmas people. What's nice about them is that I know they are like, but you can use them for birthdays, you can use them for whatever, right? They have a present. Pull that out, they have a present, right? And then what was I doing? I was doing things. So here is the rat rod. Do we just bite the bullet and just upscale it and then delete the old ones? Is that what we're deciding? It's easy enough because we just use the scale button. So you can see everything's in pieces. We just pick this. We shift click. So it's 26.39. So we just click this, and we just make it 50, and that'll scale everything in the set. And it basically doubles the size of everything, which I don't have a problem with. We do have gray on there, so we could do some components. Maybe do the engine stuff all gray and then gold. Yeah, we had options. And then we'll have to load some brown for the seats, and then we could do the car parts in gold or purple. Yeah, okay. So we'll work on that after the print, right? But I'm just excited for the print, so. But yeah, if you guys want to tweet me out or whatever, you can do that, right? So there's the cannon, right? So there's our turret assembly. Ungroup this again. Or actually, we want to do this. We want to copy this. And then we can make a bunch of variants of this, because like basically we ungroup this. Because I'm making so it prints in pieces. So there's, you know, some laser cannons, quad, no, triple, um, autocannons, and plasma ejectors, right? And then I think this needs to be like a satellite dish. So maybe I'll do that now. So we'll do that, just in case, right? Ungroup this. Just really simple, right? It's just a ball. But then what we do is we're going to take this. This is way too big, right? It's good, but it's just too big. So then we take this, we copy it. Then we bring the second one. We're going to change the color of the second one and bring it down. And then what we'll do is make that a hole. But what we can do is we can come in here and just change that a little bit. Then we just align, right? And we get a cutout. Are we going to get a cutout? Yep, we get a cutout. Okay, so and that can kind of we can adjust the size of this dish however we like, right? We can flatten it out, we can widen it, flatten it a little bit. But we want some beef on it because if we don't put beef on it, if we don't make it big, it won't print well. Not only that, but it'll look silly, so we can make a little small. Take a square, then we bring the square down to roughly the size we're looking for. Because remember that ball is kind of our reference. That. Texture, and then of course, like we're taking this, we're gonna make it all. That triangle could move in a little bit, right? So it's dissolved into the object, and then make some like arms or something. I don't know. But then what we need to do is like the antenna for it. So we'll then take a scissor and we'll take another one of these, tilt it up. Then what we can do is we can dissolve that into that, so it comes up parallel on the bottom of this. Scale it down, or a boom or whatever. Undo the tilt, and then it's still too big, so we just take it down. And then this here can be rounded. Well, this, and we can actually make that round and then put a bevel on it, right? Put a bevel on this. And then we like that, so we're gonna group that. Up, bring this over. And what we can do to make that print a little nicer, we can do some stretching and moving. Up, and then what we can do is Side edge of this. You can even tilt it if we want. Give it a little up. That edge, right? Because we don't like that edge. And then what we can do is when we group it, and then we'll cut that edge square. Center. Okay, so then we take this blue thing. Actually, we're gonna cut this at a bunch of different spots. Cut block. Then we're gonna come down here, cut off the bottom of that triangle like this. Later, like more than likely, you'll see me whine about the the size of the boxes I'm using. And then so it squares it off, right? And then all we do is take everything and we line center. Satellite dish, and then we group. And then what we can do is we can kind of see how it looks on top of this. Remember, there's still some revisions to this design. I'm not sure what I'm doing with this turret, but now we have a sweet little satellite dish that fits on there for targeting. Probably even make that a little small. That seat, so we got to make. And then, if we want the look of it, we just take the turret back in. And then that gives us our look. And I think that's a better look than the ball. So we're going to and just so you guys can see, because it's already starting to print, we have hippos on the way. Got break here in a few minutes, right? But switch back to your PC. Well, welcome back. And then what I'm not sure. So what I've done is I've gone and I squared this one up a little bit. I just cleaned up some of these designs. Oh, that's not the one. Let me show you. One of these designs I definitely modified. I'm sure of it. I did. Am I looking at there? This one here. This is the one I. So you can see here, compared to this one, because they're the same, right? They're all four are the same. But I don't like. Well, I'm not super against that little slot in there, but we're gonna change the body in a little bit. But you can see here where it's like it's got all rounded edges. I kind of squared it up, and I'm trying to give it more space. So I might make this taller, right? Whereas like that's the first, but we'll go in here and we'll ungroup this. So these are all components that all fit in there. So we were going to change these as well, and then we just duplicate, right? Everything's the same. So but I can bring this up and then come down a little bit. This has to be turned a little, something like that, right? It just gives it a little more texture. I wish there was like a chamfer option in Tinkercad for this stuff, but there isn't. So then, and then here you can see it's a bunch of different components, right? Well, I gotta ungroup that, and then I gotta take this block and just make it a little taller. so I can have a deeper pocket because I didn't like the shape of the pocket. And then what I want to do is I want to center. I want to take this cutout. I want it to be aligned center on this main block. Gives a little more space. And you can see here, it's still kind of not great for the. So I need to take these two, and I gotta make these two, and I gotta make them a little bit, because I don't like that lip it's giving. And then what I can do here is I can take this and just cut through that front lip. And then what I'll do is I'll just move it out a little bit, because I want this box to maintain. And then what I can do is I can just make this little. And then it makes it a big chunky block, which is not great, right? Because people don't like that particularly, but. And then we can take a look at this, and we can turn the radius down to like 7.5. Right, so it's less and less radius, more blocky. And then that's what we're looking, right? And then so we can kind of choose. That gives us some cutting, right? Because like now there's a proper seat for this. Now this needs to be redone because this is not very interesting, right? Oh, see, we got an overhang there, so we got to come in here, this block a little taller. I'm the worst because I have no concept art. I just make what I want, right? Like I'm the worst for that, but then we can copy that, and then we can just magnet it, right? There's our seat, right? So now we can choose to change some stuff, right? But what I think we want to do is just leave it. Well, actually, we can make it taller. So this one, turn it blue, take this. Kind of see there where it's centered, it's got the edge, but what we can do is we can come down on the height. Right? Just need a little bit of gap all the way around, right? Yeah, I get you. I have an idea myself. Yeah, well, I'd love to get a concept artist like involved with me for sure, because they can take what I have and then kind of like explain the concept more, like do the concept more. This we're gonna change this. Like they can work because like the art's already out, right? And they can just go and improve the concept, right? So this is kind of dull. Like in my opinion, this is kind of boring. I do like it. Like don't get me wrong, that's why I made it. But it's kind of dull. So what I need to do is I need to make this more interesting. Like that. This will all print on its back, right? So then we can align everything to center on center. So we take everything here and we align center. But no, that's what I always tell everyone. Make your own concepts, do your own thing, right? Because, you know, you got to make the world a little bit bigger. And that sort of gives us a little more interesting. If we want, we can actually move these in. So we'll move them in like 1 mil just to make them more, right? And now we're good, right? Because now it's got like a sort of foil look to it. Um, you know, we could shave them. We could cut patterns into them. But I think we're cool there. Let's group it up. And then the same here, right? This one here goes in this pocket, right? So I can show that pocket, right? And then I must have built it on its side. And then we just come We can actually change our plane to in here, and now it just does its thing. There, it looks like a pretty good fit, but it looks still kind of dull, right? Oh, I think it looks a little dull, and it looks a little tight, actually. Back there a little bit. Right, and then we got the fun, so then you can have the different colors. But then, this is, again, it's got the same problem the other one has, where it's kind of dull. Come in here and we'll add some geometrics to it. I think we'll just do a center bar. Maybe a center bar that goes all the way through it. That. Like we move in perfect next year. Found the perfect house already, but when are you moving? Like what day? That's awesome, by the way. I'm really glad for you. That's really cool. So this, and then we just select everything, and we're just gonna align center on center, right? Center, center, and there we go, right? No idea. So you found the house. You just don't know when you're moving in. That's fine. Now we have the same problem with this gear. It's there, it's cool, but it's like, let me assemble all this and I'll show you. So these yellow, and then we take the magnet and we do this, and then we want to take this. We need to sell a lot of junk and then sell the house. That's fair. Like I get that. I've had someone come in and help me get rid of a lot of my extra stuff I have. So I understand. I don't know if I'm allowed to say their name if they want me to. A little bit of gap all the way around. Yeah, but you could, because, okay, so at least here in Canada, there is a, like, in terms. So I don't know if you want to if you want to put your house, you could go to them and in terms say, like, in the contract, like, we need 3 months to move, but the the purchase of your house is dependent on the sale of my house. Like, that's a thing you can do here in Canada. Like, that for real is a thing here in Canada. Again, we're gonna put our build plate here. Anytime we hit D, right? But we can rotate this down. And then we're looking for the shape of this pocket. Oh, I see. So you got to do all the businessy stuff. Yeah. Yeah. See, I've never owned a house by myself. Now we can look at this, right? And now, okay, well, this is pretty cool, but it's kind of boring, right? That's a hard one. Getting 3 to 4 trucks. That's a lot. Got a disc here, but the disc is good, right? The disc is good. A little on the thick side. How thick is it? Yeah, 2 mil. So let's 1.5 mil. Well, make it two. Just make it straight up two. And then we could do like a hollow. copy this. Like this too. And now we have a gear cutout, right? Copy this one and make it solid, but we're going to make this one this and this. Then we have the gear with a recess, and then what we can do, because I don't think we... And then, of course, it doesn't have to be so tall, so we can go... I've gone quiet. I can hear myself. I might be talking quietly to myself because I'm thinking. Oh, mic cutout? Yeah, I probably just wasn't speaking loud enough. It happens with this mic. I gotta get a new one. But that's our new... So let me assemble... So that's the new version, okay? I still think maybe we need some rounds in here. Then what I do is I go and I click these and I lock them because I'm gonna ungroup a bunch of stuff here. So ungroup, and you see I've now done these coils, right? So what I'm gonna do is copy that and I'm gonna move it south, right? And then still tempted to put a slot in this, but we'll see. And that's our new one, right? So this is so that's the I don't like that. Maybe everything goes gray. There, everything's gray, okay. Now let me assemble the other one. This is the exact, so this is the original, so this is all Canon components. This does, so this goes in here. We're gonna hit this, he'll hit D. There, and then this one. And then what we're gonna do is this one gets inverted, like that. And then this one gets rotated. So what I'm gonna do is, it's easy enough to move the build plates around, so you just hit, and then this, rotate it, D again, because D puts it on the build plate or the whatever, right? Then we gotta put our plane back to normal. This aligns to this. And so that's the two engine versions. Copy this one. There's the two engine versions, right? And I think this new one has more life to it. Like, I think that's a little more interesting personally. Right? Like, you can see, like, this is good, right? It's good. But you can see when you look at this one, it's just got a little more life to it. And then I can do the build, so I don't need this one anymore, but I can take this. This is all one ping, all one thing. And I can copy that and see the magnets on the bottom, so I can take the magnet and I can magnet to the edge here. I'm going to invert this again, that, and then we can kind of move it up and down, and then we'll just parallel. So we then move this up into the oops, undo, up into the pocket. That, which is the way. Could actually be a little longer, I guess. That there. And then what we can do here is we can then copy it and just move it. That. And you can see, like, I think that, let's see here, let's get, oh no, that's the new one. All this turret stuff needs to be moved. You can tell because it doesn't have the crossbars. Comparison. Hard to do a comparison, but copy this. And then here, kind of compare what it should look like. Oh, apparently I didn't do that side. And you can see, like, I think I need to cut the body more, but you can see, like, I think it just gives it just a touch more life. Just gives it, I don't know what it is, I don't know how to explain it, but it just seems to give it a touch more life. So that's cool. So we can get rid of stuff, like we can delete the old one because we don't need it because we still have the original. We don't need that, right? Thanks, dude. But here's, like, because we've saved the original. This is the original, and actually this one over here is the original as well, right? Which I guess we don't right now. I'm trying to take the load off the machine. But there, even now, if I go and take these, I group them, copy, align to the outside of this. Keep the original? Yeah, I'm going to keep the original. But what I'm saying is like, because that's the original, that one's posted. But what I'll do is, like, as I build the new set, because I still have the assembled with all the parts, is I'll take, as I build the new set, I'll take it and put it in a new file. Because I'm going to modify the body and everything, right? But you can see now, like, because I don't need any of this stuff, because I have done the engines. It lets me clean it all up a little bit, but, like, because this is the original. So what I can do is I can actually copy this, and let's save this. Like you say, let's save this one. So this is, we'll create new. This is Void Knights main battle tank. I'm also doing, like, an APC based off it, so the APC will get updated too, because I tend to do, like, a bunch of vehicles all at once. Like, I do a set, because it's all built on the same frame, right? But now that I've done that, right, and I can just refresh this to make sure it's there. And if I have that, I can then, okay, so that's my main battle tank. That's the original version, right? So there we go, right? So now I don't need that anymore. So now I can come in here. It's still, we're going to keep this over here, but just in case, right? And then when we look at this, we just double check that this is the one we want. It's got the extra bars and everything, perfect. We don't need this one anymore, right? So there's our assembly, right? So as we build, we do our assembly. A lot of issues with this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this, thanks, and we can kind of ungroup it and see where we're at. So when we're looking at these panels, we need to ungroup these. Yeah, and what we need to do is kind of, because I flipped these, I used on both sides. So that doesn't really matter. So what we're going to do this, so I don't like, what's the deal with this one? Ungroup? I don't know why there was multiple pieces. This I'm going to change to a different color so I know what I'm doing, right? Like these can come in a little bit. 420. Make this one 4. And then see, like this rod is all like way, way dumb. So it's got way too much of a bevel. Got way too far. And I think the same can be said. So this top piece I'll work on later, which I'll have to adjust, but be like, it's cool, but I think what I want to do is maybe cut those at a 45. If I match this and I make this a hole, can I come in here and just cut that down? I probably can, right? Yeah, I can. So then what I want to do is I'll take that all the way up, right? Now when I'm looking at this, I can take this back until it disappears, and then I can kind of bring this back a little bit so it's not so warped, and then it looks like it's a little rotator set. And then that can be brought in just a little tighter, right? And I'm cool with the weird angle on it, that's fine. So then what I can do is, so if I like this plate the way I like it, how thick is that? So 525, 525. Slender it out a little bit. There we go. And then we'll have to work on a bunch of this stuff. But I can already tell by looking at this, I want to bring this back. So that maybe. That maybe. But, so, and then these rails are cool, but I don't think there's enough of them. This, it doesn't need such a radius, so let's go 3. Doesn't need such a radius, and that'll cut everything sheer. So what we can do here now is, and then I think that's a little bit, I still think they're a little thick. Then we can join them with this plate, with side armor, right? And then down here, can we rotate that a little bit more? Because it looks, then we can give it all the size we want. We can change the bevel to like point. That with this. And then this can cut this. And that gives us, like, now we've got that sort of really pronounced look, which I like. And then what we do is we can kind of copy that. And then we can flip it. And what we can do is we can change the square off, but then we ungroup these. And we're just kind of doing stuff, right? And then, you know, you see how it's squared off there. So then what we do is we ungroup that and we get rid of this. And then what we can do is back until it matches the end of that green. And then sort of now what we need to decide is, okay, well, we have that bar in the middle here, right? So we then ungroup this. This bar, and it now it meshes, right? And then these these here can all come back, right? So then we get that pattern across it, right? And then we just reattach them all. Oh, that one's hanging out the top, so we want this one. Well, actually, we just want to make the parallel. And if we group them till that edge disappears, like, and then we can group the panel. And we can do the same. So we, what we're going to do is copy it and then take it over here and align to the inside edge of this. And then we deselect that, and then we just flip it. So flip it like that. And now it matches the inside, and then we can just take these out of play. So this now needs to come out until we sort of are happy with the shape, which is. And then we can kind of see the difference between them. They're much more subdued, much more. And then there we got that panel, right? And then what we can do is these are all throttle. This is all supposed to fit. These need to be parallel. Now they can be grouped. This is all for the rear engine assembly. And then this is going to have to get modified because it looks out of place now. But what we can do is we can maybe, oh no, there's our center block. These can align to the center. And then we can take a look at this, and oh, it hangs out real far, right? So we can bring them back there. Why is that being weird? Oh, because the whole top is chamfered. Okay. So what we can do, we can ungroup these. And we can just take this. First of all, we can take these apart. Blue ones should be parallel. Are they parallel? They are not. So they're now parallel. We'll make them now. They can, and they should match on the bottom, so they're the same height. And then we can take these two blue ones and bring them down just, and we can actually bring them forward on just this plate. Actually take, oh well, maybe we'll radius of 1, like just to soften the edge a little bit. And then this, the radius, well, let's make them round. Should we make them triangle? No, we'll make them round. Take the bevel way down. But then we're going to take them back so that they're, oops, back. And then it doesn't need to be so tall. So tall like that, we can bring it down. I don't know why it's all twisted. Then what we can do, I think I originally designed these. What does this box do? This box cuts this, right? What does this do? This cuts out the slot for that box, maybe? Yeah, maybe so it doesn't. So this then needs to be centered to this. Hell, I built this a long time ago. That now gives me a little bit of gap around that tower, right? And the tower should be like a different color. These are way too big. I'm cool with all that, right? Then what I want to do is I want to take this and I want to copy this and I want to side edge, lead out the old tan one, and then I want to invert. And see, there's my problem, right? So we need to this out more. And you can see there I've got a gap. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, change its color to yellow, and ungroup it. And then what I want to do is I want to take the red, and I want to take that red all the way across. And then what I want to do is I want to this side, and I want to delete out that red to find this red, which now becomes like a green. And then what I want to do is I want to bring that forward to cover in any gaps. So like I can take it and just, and then I need to turn my radius down. And then this one there, so this and this parallel to the front of this, like that, right? And then these can all be aligned. They are all aligned. Okay, so there we go. So those are fine. So then these, so this is not, what is going on here? Oh, so no, this parallel. Why are they not parallel? Why do they say they're parallel when they're not? Or something? This needs to come forward. That. So are they parallel? No, that doesn't change anything. Why is that like that? Could just cut that block out, but we're trying to keep. I don't want to mangle the concept. Let's just do that. Just have it hang out like that. Just a. I don't know why they're not. I don't know why they're not parallel. And then I think this plate is crooked. That's what I think it is. I think that or the tank is crooked. Could be. This needs to be parallel to that. This parallel to that. Okay. And then to the bottom of it. Then when I take this onto. Okay, so it is. So if I take this and I come across that, what happens? So it is definitely the plate. So we're going to come down and we're going to fix the plate. this plate is still too thick though. And then we'll get rid of this plate. Oh, I see now. And then these two need to be paired. And that looks a little better. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this back just a little bit. Right? So it's all squared off, da 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 da. I'm not sure. We're going to leave the holes in position. So the holes. Considering that I didn't draw, like I didn't do a concept for this, I think it's pretty good. Now, just with those modifications, let's see. Are these doors parallel? Oops. Oh, I see. One's the outer door, one's the inner. Like a hole all the way through. Parallel them. Yeah, see they're not, right? Now they're parallel. We now group them. And then we can I make that align centered? Then that's all grouped. And then what I want to do, panels, them to align center to this. Now they're parallel, or sorry, not now they're aligned, right? So then I'll take this, 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 and group. That should give me my doorways. But I don't know what's going on. There's my doorways, okay? And then there's a bunch of punch outs that happen in here. But now I take all of this. See, it's almost worth moving these back. Oh, I can't move them back. That's the problem. Well, I can actually. So I ungroup this. And I move this back a little bit, like that. This, ungroup these. No, I don't think I can. Because the shape, right? See the shape of it? It's not so great. I can move them down. Can I move them all down? If I move them all down? What if I move them all down just a little bit? Got so much of the hull up. What if I came down just enough that? Like, would that really make much of a difference? Like, again, this can come back. Still, we're worried about the tails of those panels, but we can do that, right? And then this, these can ungroup, but these can be parallel, and they are. Okay, so they can group, but can I bring them back? Can I come back just a little bit like that? Like, would that make a huge... I'm not sure it would. I gotta take a break. I got so into it, I gotta take a break. Like, does that really screw anything up? Not really. Can I bring those rear engines a little more forward? Probably could, right? I could probably bring those rear engines, these two to be parallel. Are they? They are, so I think I bring them forward just. Thanks, dude. Well, like, let me put it together, but I'm glad you I'm glad you like the work. Um, and then we'll do a comparison, right? Because we can make all of these, we can group all these engines together. Engines are, so I can do my orientation later. So then what I can do is I can actually group these engines together. And then I can transfer them to the new models. Transfer them all, and then we can do a comparison. But we're like, even with like the modern, like the changes we've done here, right? I need more jelly beans. So we can see right now there's a problem. So yeah, I need it. I'll take a break. I'll be back and we'll look at it some more. Okay, be right back, guys. 3 to 5 minutes. Maker Millwright. This is the Free Heathen Workshop. Today we're doing a tank design, a hover tank design for Darkstar Chronicles. We're trying to stay in the model size of what other things are in the 28 mil, 32 mil style hero. So what we're working on right now is a Void Knight battle tank. Quite a mess, but I think we can kind of work that out because I think I know what belongs with what. When I take it apart, I keep forgetting to put it in pieces, right? So I don't like that for sure. So that's too much. Bevel this. Bevel this. Down. In case we want to make that into a piece. Following the shape of the other. And then we can take this bevel on the top, doesn't matter. Now we're breaking it into pieces like it should be, right? Cut out for the top, right? So that ends up being. That's actually a C assembly. So what we can do is way back to the that as well. Now I don't know if we're gonna make this multiple pieces. Like it might cut it just in case, right? Yeller. And then you can see here, trim the tower and stuff. But these pockets, yeah, they're gonna have to go into the body, so we can't change them. And everything, right? So now, yeah, there we go. See, now it's assembled out, right? These guys here, they can be just a part of the. And then now we're starting to get that. Now we can come in here and that seat, that whole seat is. I haven't worked on this in a while. So maybe we'll release the because the frame will still we'll put it all in the singular kit, but you can get the AP. Now we can take this and we can change. Too many buttons all at once. That is one of the things when you start doing way too much in Tinkercad, it makes you definitely becomes a problem. There we go. So now we can take the go back into the ones position because you know that's where the pocket is. So now we got to bring them down because we changed. And then what we can do, so there's our new sort of test version. Copy this. To kind of see what the new bot. All of this stuff should be grouped. Oh, we don't need any of that, so we just need this. That's what I assume it's supposed to look. Now this allows the turrets. There's a. Might have to do a pin. Like, I'll have to figure that out later, but this can move. By that way, because if we move it pocket when we move it over. We haven't moved the height of anything yet. Change some seats. So right, same there like that, and then we just. Remember, we want to align these to center because when I assembled it, I probably wasn't paying it. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yes, that you know. But we got to make sure that we're aligned. I think what we can do now is because we're relatively in our. Now we're gonna be aligned center on the right, and that. Yeah. So the sponsons, the option with the troop carrier version, is that the sponsons will come out. Mike is cutting in and out a lot. I don't know what to say. I need a new headset. I'll have to get a new headset, right? I'll just have to get a new headset to talk to you. I think this one's worn out. Similar to that, right? And I know it doesn't matter because we're not going to use this frame anymore, but I still think it's good to do the work, right? So I think these sponsons are. I think this one needs. Actually do this. A little tight in there so we can actually flush. Yeah, like this is. I'm kind of sentimental to this one because Dad gave me this one. Okay, so there's our sponsons, right? Our sponsons should take these two, and then we'll change their colors. We'll make them like blue. Copy them, and there we go. So now, they're off center, right? But then now they're in the pocket, right? And what we can do is like as we go, we can just delete stuff we don't need, so we can delete. Because remember, there's our original, right? We can then take, this is still all mangled, so we gotta move this over. Pocket. That's a little small. But we can take, and then this is all way out of alignment. Look at this. Not only is it floating, now, so, you know, right, and then what we can do is we can take these, and we can take that and move it over to the, that, right? So there we go. And then what, now we don't need that, so, right? Because we don't need any of this stuff, so, and then this cannon, it can get moved over here. Alignment, so we come up to, we're aiming to try and match the pocket wherever we, that might be too big, like, things, when we make things like negative space, it allows us to see where it sits. So it sits like, and even that probably, we could probably make that smaller. That base on that, we could probably, so when we're looking at the next, when we're looking at the, like, working on the completed version or whatever, and then again, these, we don't need to worry, we don't need that, so we're not going to even bother with that. We're going to take the plow. Time for my yearly wash, be looking for a bit. Yeah, yeah, thanks for coming in, man. Thanks for having some opinions on it, too. And then we, because that can definitely get, we can definitely trim back the base on. And then, so, again, like I said, we'll try to put it, again, we haven't moved the height yet, we've just moved that, and then may have to take this plate, tap there. That's all interior component stuff. This is just not big enough. Oh wait, no, no. know these ones are misaligned. Lock it like we're supposed to. So them, the cannons, which are change the engines a little bit. I want them to sit flat when you print them, like I want them. Which we can also hollow them out, because like if you create a void in it, it's less material, right? It's still production time, but it's still less. Changing the title. That's. Now we just need to move the. Don't need a bevel on it. We just don't. this guy here. We're trying to minimize material so that that'll then give the turret somewhere to sit, right? There we have a ring, and then we can add material to this. Like we can add, that gives us our base. And actually, you know what I think I want to do? I think I want to go back a step. This to be round. This. They added, Tinkercad added some more like facets now. You can actually make things round. Well, 160 is not quite whatever, right? Because 160 goes in not quite three times. You can actually divide it, right? Get it. There's our ring, and now our ring is all centered. And actually, we could make that turret ring like. Then we need to bring. New turret design. Then alignment pins on the cannon. That, and we'll group to. We know when we add the. That looks pretty good. This anymore. I think we definitely need to modify that cannon. Copy it, right? But we're gonna take a back because we haven't done the hatches. I don't. Go. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's our cannon, right? We can definitely reshape that. Distance. We could put domes on it if we wanted to. It's at an angle, so we're not gonna get because I didn't plan it correctly. But now what we can do is like we backing plate here can and then everything can be guys need to be grouped. Guess these gears are not aligned. We may end up just rebuilding this, like absolutely rebuilding this color. Go color. That to 90 degrees. And up edge, the center edge. That looks a little bit better if you. And that is sort of the, as I've been working on the Void Fang stuff, this is, I should probably take another. As I've been working on the Void Fang, so now we don't need any of this. Well, we can kind of compare, but I'll take the 2 tanks and compare. Lock, unlock, group. Bunch of pieces in there, right? This one here we don't need anymore because a little more parallel. A little bit taller. Rides a little higher, right? But I think the more sloped front end instead of like that the big void slope front end makes the they'll need to figure out the whole like engine assembly. I have to redo all these engines, right? And I don't think I need. This is just the troop door. Now we can move everything sort of. Same way because we can pull the compare. But I think still have clearance. Yeah, I have all the clearance I need. There's the big changes, right? That would be the height it sits at now. A little bit taller, a little more imposing. Shovel could probably, the cutout on the shovel could be less. And the shovel's on a pivot, so it's like it's cut so you can turn. Work on the cannons and stuff, right? Like now we have a bunch of variants. We fixed this, but we need to make hatches for everything. Because the hatches will be based off the sponsons. Sponsons, that's a little block. I'll be able to put a hatch inside this block. I don't know if it's still it hasn't changed that much, so I assume it's still definitely looks more. Definitely got more detail. I do like that sloped angular front end. And then the new turret looks better. Like these are our space knights. This can go over here. Like everything's been changed now. I think the whole everything but the plow, I guess. Because I guess the engines are the same, but cut the we cut the frame differently. It definitely looks different. It definitely looks. It's still got that like 50s, 60s like station wagon look, which is what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. And like that's what we needed. Because like that, we want to make it look different than other vehicles. I want it more futurism, I guess. And then the turret looks silly and got a face and everything, which I think is cool. But that's definitely some good program. Even if I put this a lot more shaped, still cartoony, which is what I want. Less. I think that maybe we could trim back the engines. I like the engines sticking out. Again, the squareness, I'm not so sure about the squareness on the plasma, but I think I want them to be dramatically different. I think that definitely. Of course, like we have to make different variants of the sponson, and then we have to do a front door, side doors. Do a front door. We'll do side doors, and then this is the top hatch for the door, but we'll have to change that. I'll have to make an APC version. I think I need a break from this. I know I normally say just grind through it. I know I say that. But I think like we've reimagined quite a bit of it, so we should probably. This is like pretty close. I think we're waiting on the rhinos. I think how much time do we have left on the? Might have to take another break. There's another 8 minutes on the rhinos, so we can probably do another batch of rhinos. They're about 2 hours. They're cool. Or hippos, sorry, hippos. I don't know if they're too dark though. Should we make? They look cool. We could, because we have the choice, right? We can go and we can take a break from the rhinos, which I still think we should make 9 or 10 of them. I normally make 9 or 10 of stuff. Maybe we'll do that, and then tomorrow I don't know if I'm streaming. I mostly stream on Twitch, so, but we're trying to grow our audience here on. I really can't change that. Can I change that? We're gonna maintain our multicolor, but I just wanna still think maybe that shovel could like that's the mine till it's optional, right? It's not. But what we can do is we can definitely change, maybe put an edge on it and change the pocket because the pocket's way big, right? The pocket can be smaller. This here we can kind of see like the pocket for the cannon is that that edge cut because it breaks off the super sharp. But again, it doesn't need to be so plain, so we'll take that. And then I think in general this, right? Yeah, there we go. So it dissolved. And so, and then this is the cutout for that with, oh, I see. That's why, because this half circle is a part of this half circle and this. The like supports. Now that these triangles are all one, now it's internally structured. We can then fix that as well because the deal is with these two. You see it like shatter like that? That's because it. Just kind of adding some meat to it, right? And we can smooth everything out if we want. This and this parallel, so we're on. Can't have that. So then we'd look at this and this are parallel. Now touching bottom to bottom, which is what we want. Or we this is the one we want. This one's got to come up. You can see these two. Take them and may change some. Didn't change. See how it didn't change anything in the structure, so that way we're not worried. Could use those as reinforcement backside, but if we're gonna do that, these have to be parallel to the bottom of this, that, and then we can take them back, and we can. Those two should be. These two should be grouped. See there, that's where we get our problems because the holes are not on center. Go back. We'll leave them because it doesn't have to. Nothing has to be symmetrical. Like you choose to have it symmetrical, but it doesn't have to be. Yeah, like you can see it's asymmetrical because I designed it asymmetrically. But what we can do with these guys is these guys back here to that. And then this, again, this is not symmetrical, but we can, okay, so it is centered. We're cool there. So what we can do is we can group everything and then the pockets will cut as we need. But then we have those two little bars underneath. So we can take, right, and then, so there that's kind of cool. I still think it might be a little on the, and then what we can do, because we're on this plane, yeah, box, and then turn it, shave that edge. We have to ungroup, right, because we're going to have to shave the triangles. So ungroup. This can come across and shave that whole. This joins with that. And then that way, have the pocket. Yeah, the pocket's the same, the way it, because what happened before when I used to do this, I want to be dealing with this. And we can still go smaller on that square. So let's go smaller on that square. Again, we're going to go here. We're going to ungroup. Problem. See, because then we don't get that weird squareness. That plate might just have to get. That's 67. We could make it bigger. 67. So we'll just go try it again. And remember, you can see like we're kind of using negative space to remove like stuff that we're not necessarily a fan of. And then before we do any of that though, I want to make sure that this triangle is embedded. And it's my warning from that to come down. Now we're in it all, right? Now we're in. What happens is it ends up rounding it over, and it rounds it over in all directions, which is good, but it doesn't. It's not what we're looking for. See, there we go. See, now we know our triangles are buried in there. This, and this. Try this again. The angles we're trying to maintain. Now remember, it doesn't have to be symmetrical. Like when you're making something, just make what you want. It doesn't have to be symmetrical. Try aligning these again. All those triangles are out of. What we can tell is because those hollow boxes, that's what those boxes tell if such small numbers. Now, now we're starting to get into it. So now we can see that the bottom of these triangles is below the plate. So we need to take these parallel. They are parallel. What we're just going to do is we're going to take cutting. Yeah, we're still cutting. Because what we could do is we cut the triangles, then assemble the triangles in. Now that's all wonky. Okay, so why? As they say, the devil is in. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't. Just make what you want to make, right? Yes. We could just cut everything like separately, and that's what we're looking for. That is sort of kind of. Then now we take this. Arcs and everything are the same, but we got a little more meat in there. The cannon has a little less. Now, we could make the shovel the whole width, though. You can make it the whole width of the front end of the vehicle, or even the whole width of the motors. Oh, and I think it's hippo time. I think it's hippo time. But you can definitely tell like the evolutions there. It's like you can definitely see the effort that went into that. Yeah, right. I think it's the same. Should be. I should be able to make it parallel. Take this one, and we can take this one. We can just turn it gray. I think that is cool. We could definitely the sponsons we could make bigger or make them shorter because they're kind of long. And it is tempting to make that shovel wider. Keep the rotary position. I don't know. We could also like bevel that edge at a 45, but I don't know. But that like it's definitely more clean. Like you can tell it's cleaner. Definitely cleaner if you ask me. Because we have room in that pocket. Oh, it's the diameter of the barrel that's the problem. So just make the barrel shorter. And this, like, there's a bunch of variant turrets now, right? And then I just have to make this door better. But we might work on something else. I'm tempted to print the rat rod, but I think I'm going to print the... Because it's more important to do the hippos for charity than it is for me to soothe my ego, right? Man, is it raining here? Pouring out. Yeah, less than 2 hours for 3. That's a good deal. Oh, we got one that had a mangled foot, so maybe I'll put some glue. Just in case. I'll save the mangled foot one, but it's wonky. Oh no, his foot's gone. Oh no, it still works. That's weird. It's only got half of the knuckle, and yet it still works. That's wild. Figure that one out. Figure that one out, I say. And it'd be kind of interesting to make them bigger. Well, no, it's because it's so damp in here right now. It's because it's raining, right? It's so damp in here that it just didn't want to stick the first layer, or it got a little mangled. But again, I don't want to give the kids anything dumb or dangerous. S- And then we're a quarter of the way through on the trucks. They're starting to look really good. Purple and gold is just awesome, man. I do really want to try that transitional starlight or the gradient starlight with the blue or the purple. Oh, it's so good. Have I talked to you guys about that? You guys, you can use my affiliate link. You don't have to. The affiliate link's down below. But I wanted to show you guys because I talked about it over on Twitch. And it's these brand new gradients and this starlight. My goodness, it's good. I'm not a rainbow guy, right? Like the rainbow, if you like rainbow, more power to you. But check out this purple. That's so good. And then I like this one as well. I kind of love them all. The only one I don't much care for is the direct rainbow. But like these are all so good. Yeah, and the gnome, whoever did the gnome, I don't know who the gnome's by. But whoever did the gnome did a good job because it's cute, right? But the colors, like the gradients, are just nothing particularly special. They just compare with other brands, I would say. Like this is definitely something you'd see from Proto Pasta, and for half the price, right? Because Proto Pasta is that price. No, it isn't. It's that price US for 500 grams, and this is a kg, so it's 1,000 grams. And yeah, I don't think the car is the best color sampling because of the layer lines. Like the layer lines are very visible there, and they don't need to be. But the gnomes were a perfect selection. Was a perfect selection for this. Yeah, and then of course, like if you want some opinions on Fibron, I like the PA glass fiber, so the nylon glass fiber, glass fill. I think this is great. It the amount of strength you can feel in it is wild. And then the other one I like is where's the pet? And then the carbon fiber pet, which I really like. I think it's really great. Although now with the boiler, right? Because we're doing the boiler, I have to get some parts for it. But for the boiler, I'm thinking, well, the boiler has to be bigger for one, right? It has to be bigger. And I can't use an external heat source, so I'm going to use an internal, use a rod. And this stuff is good. This is good for, where does it say? Yeah, it has good. I don't think they say, but I think it was like 125 degrees Celsius or whatever. Um, but I might go to the glass fill because it'd be more insulated for temperature. Because like if it's good for electricity insulation, it's good for heat insulation. So yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. Let me tell you. I was gonna make the boiler out of this, and I wanted to do an external heat source, but now I'm gonna we found a thermal plug that we can put in there. I wish there was a smaller one that was insulated and water resistant, but there isn't. So we'll just make this bigger and see what we can do with it. I don't know how much power it's going to take or whatever, but this stuff is wild. I think they're making car parts out of it, but I am not. And I haven't tried any of the PC stuff, any of the polycarbonate yet, because I think it's too hot for my machine. Yeah, what's the difference between the Max? Yeah, so the light you wouldn't use for shock value because the polycarbonate will split. But if they with the PC, like with the Max series, they've designed it for toughness and I guess torsional load when they say strength. You want it enclosed, keep it warm, and then you want, yeah, and then you want to let it sit and just sit in a hot chamber, which is what they recommend for everything. But PC, that's the problem with polycarbonate, is it tends to split from things. Creates like soft spots basically. And I haven't tried this. I don't know what this is. This is the recycled. Yeah, this is the recycled carbon fiber. Problem is when you put carbon fiber in anything, it always makes it black. I know that they got some other stuff. This PET glass fill. See how the glass fill, it can come in black, it can come in gray, which is more of a blue. But anyway, light gray, white, which is kind of cool, blue, and red. And a bunch of people who got this, they tested it, but they didn't make any mechanical stuff out of it. They made show off pretty pieces. And I'm like, meh. But this would be pretty cool to build your, like, any enclosures or any like base stands. And they show like car parts here. Well, that's not a car part, but camera mounts and stuff, which is what I would probably use it for, because I've used the carbon fiber before, but I didn't have the ability to print this stuff before. So yeah, the glass fill is going to be stronger than the carbon fiber, just because the glass will take more shock than the carbon fiber will. And carbon fiber is mildly, well, carbon is electroconductive, so it can build up static and stuff. But like everybody who I saw test this, they didn't really make any gadgets, gizmos, or fidgets for it. They made objects, and I don't know that I would use this for food personally. And then I'm interested in this new crystal color changing, but I'm curious about the transparency on it. Yeah, it's translucent. Translucent is opaque, but it lets light through. But technically, I guess all PLA is translucent, so I don't know the difference. And I love this that they're doing. They must be listening to me every now and again, because I've started referring it to as FFF or FDM. So, Polymaker, if you do watch the show, thank you for supporting me. Just like everyone's after I said don't call them bed slingers, call them Cartesian or gantry. People started calling them that, which I thought was pretty funny. And because this, just remember though, it's a PLA, so it can soften with heat. So can PETG though. So it depends on what you're using it for. I tried using cope for lighthouse fixtures, and it melted. It like deformed. It didn't melt, but it deformed. So just be aware of that, right, when you're doing it. And of course, there's big sales on. And if you're smart or you're sneaky, you can go to Thingiverse. And there's actually a discount code on Thingiverse right now. I'm trying to get material. I just always curious about my analytics. Oh, my analytics are up again. Woo, woo. Lots of people are doing like I guess I should do a Christmas tree. I could do like one made out of balls or something weird, right? Because you always check your activity. But if you go, yeah, no comments made, but um, if you go to the main page and you go to their holiday challenge, you can actually get a discount code. Here, I'll post it all in chat. I don't know if you guys can see chat after the video goes, but if not, just go to Thingiverse, right? But there's actually a discount code that if you order $50 worth of filament, you put that code in, you get 15 bucks back. So if you're looking at Fiberon, you're getting Fiberon for a third off. Good, because Fiberon's almost 15 bucks by itself or 50 bucks by itself, right? Cope's on sale. I like Cope. A lot of people are using Cope for supports, but I made a mask. I do find it a little soft, but I made a mask out of it. I like the HTPLA. the high temp PLA, and I like to see more from that. And that's cool. There's a bunch of like they went and got designers to do filament sets. That's cool. That's cool. That's smart. And yeah, the luminous line. So the luminous line is colored PLA that glows in the dark. If you're just like, I don't know, that's what it is. And what it is I think they're trying right now. You'll see like the polylight stuff is going, polysonic, because everything's gonna be panchroma. All the color stuff will be panchroma. All the engineering stuff will be Fibron, because Fibron. You can just remember Fibron has stuff in it, has fibers in it, right? So like, yeah, I think I'd like to try this, but I don't have any projects for this. Although we could try it on BattleBots. Remember, I do want to make a BattleBot. If you guys don't know, I have a BattleBot here. This is my Antweight BattleBot from FingerTech. And I kind of want to keep this stock, but I want to make another one. But I need the internals, and I don't know whether I order the internals from Fiber or not from Fiber, but from FingerTech, and then 3D print a body. But we could do one in PET. And I know that the you can't use supported material like anything with a anything with infill, but it's not meant for that. It'll be for just playing with you guys. So, because like I'm not, I'd like to have two, and just like for playing around in the house. Because I do find that the lifter is a little underpowered on that. Because it can self-right, but it can't flip other bots. So it's pretty cool. So basically, when you're using lifter bots, you need ring out options or you need the pit. And I know the pit is a huge debate with everybody, but having a pit like in BattleBots TV show where you have to push a button to open the pit, and then it is what it is, right? Because I know apparently that's a hot topic with the BattleBot people. But I'm like, if you have a flipper, and I remember I can't flip you into the ceiling with that machine. I can only push you around and kind of lift you up and stuff. But I've seen what tools like with rotary devices and whatever. I've seen what they do, and me, not a fan. Not to be honest, not a fan. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break here. But that's our update on the tank, and I like it so far. I think it still needs some more work. Like we've modified the shovel. The only thing we haven't modified is the engines, but we modified the engine's mounts. We modified the flying engines. We haven't modified the sponsons, but we modified the main turret, which I think is really kind of cool. Of course, everything's kit, right? Everything's piece. I don't even dare. Last time I looked, it was like 30 so on pieces. I'm pretty. And I'm all out of Polymaker Polymax PLA. Oh, sorry, Polymax Gray. Polymax PLA Gray. Maybe we'll come back and look at Daka Daka. If you guys are involved on the Discord, make sure you post some pictures. Yeah. I don't. Oh, yeah. We'll bring this up, but I got some opinions on some of the pictures here, so I'll bring up the Discord after my break, and we'll talk about it. But weird pictures on Discord, and we'll talk about it. I don't know if the Discord link is in the description, but whatever, right? You can join us on Twitch, and the Discord link gets rolled all the time. So I'm gonna take my break, and I will be back soon. Love you all very much. Thank you for being here. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Welcome into my laboratory. We're just doing some design work today. I don't know what, I think maybe we're going to work on the print-in-place truck I did. I don't know, because we could do some more Void Fang stuff. I don't know what we would do. We'd have to go and look, but I think we're going to go and look at Daka Daka for some inspiration. Because we can do what am I working on? Yeah, the Zorblin need tanks, but we did a tank today. We're working, so we don't want to lose that thread, right? And then we're working on the Void Fang. So we can't do both, right? You can't do both at the same time. So I'm gonna write a new list, working on some hieroglyphs. So we're gonna put Maker Fight at the very top of our list. Maker Fight. Best print or whatever. That's one. And then when I look at my list, I then have Void Knight battle tanks. I kind of like the way they're coming out, personally. I think they're... And then we have Canva project. We got to learn Canva. Project with that. We can take AI art and remix it. We have the blind box. We can't forget about doing. So just speaking about the blind boxes, what if you don't know what the blind boxes are? Is I have a box about yay big, and I gotta mail those out because there's a few that's... I had a big commission last month, so I should be able to figure it out. So if you have an outstanding blind box for me, which I will know because send me a DM on Discord and we'll go through it. I know there's two at least. But if you want one, you just have to pay the shipping and handling. I can't quote, but the boxes I think are $5 plus like stuffing materials. But you have to cover the shipping, right? And what that is that's just like random stuff from here in the lab. Plus, I might make you a few things that out of my inventory, right? I want to get the print in place truck from Tubin. Add that to the giveaway. And so that's all we have for that. So this list is done because we're not adding Zorblins to it. We do need to do Zorblin tanks. Maybe I'll put that at the bottom. And maybe their airplanes too. I do have some of their airplanes, and I can upscale them. I kind of want to make them kind of like, you know how with the Cosmic Prospectors Union, the Cosmic Prospector Unions, they're bikers, right? They're space bikers and stuff. So um, I might do planes in the same idea. I might do that sort of bigger, like but muted down. I want to go look at like World War II stuff for that. You know what I mean? That's my new list. Helps if I make a list more. And then I guess we should work on the book. But apparently, uh, Bear is hard to use. So I need a good. If you guys know, like, leave a comment below. But if you know a good I don't know what they're called, program for writing. Welcome back, Tubin. Tubin, can you DM me your print and place truck, please? I think I'd like to add that to the boxes. I think because I'm doing some fix 'em dude stuff, I'm doing some built over bot stuff. That's what, right? But if there's another maker out there, like I think I'm gonna add the Jayton. I gotta ask him, but I'm gonna add the Jayton 3D wacky truck because that's pretty cool. And I probably should work on my own truck and and do that. So, and I'm gonna see if Trigger Fire is working today. Can we do Trigger Fire stuff here on YouTube? I don't know if it's configured. I don't know if it works with YouTube though. But that's okay, Tubin. I don't mind adding yours. Another designer, so if it's basically the same as mine, I don't care. Why do I care? Makes no difference to me. Can we do it? Can I try it here? I think it only works with Twitch though. If anybody, let me just see here. Yeah, do that. No, it doesn't fire on YouTube. Sorry, guys. So I don't know if there's any fun stuff for YouTube like there is for Twitch, but it won't fire on YouTube. That's uh, man, I look rough today. Oh well, whatever. We're gonna go over and we're gonna look more. We're gonna take a look at Daka Daka. Dealer stuff. Classic Warhammer stuff. Battletech stuff. That's cool. Did they tell us? Oh, there we go. So an average book should cost between $30 and $40. That's good to know. Hardcover in US dollars. And we are definitely close to 200 pages. That's kind of fun. That's a cool helmet. Oh, that's well done, eh? That's hard to tell with all the red and yellow. It's hard to tell what you're looking at. Oh, that's kind of fun. There's a bunch of kit build stuff, and you can see they made it like disassemblable so they can reuse it. So it's like tops here. That's the modular. That's why I use modular, so you can use that. Yeah, see how they. This one's huge. We can definitely work on something like that. We need to make a hull. We might have to make a hull mount. And instead of having square windows, we can do like a triangular window instead. That's doable. Just as long as it's a triangle. It has to be a triangle so that it's supported and it's not too big so it can bridge, right? Little friendly giant. I like it. Yeah, see how they got sort of like their stuff is leaned back so it prints, but this is all injection molded, but you could do that. Yeah, see how it's like that? It's like we could definitely work on something like that where it's more detail, more random stuff on the body. Well, that's cool. I mean, they painted into the resin. They painted the image of the like. Should we change our turret to more like a tank turret where it's got the sloped armor and stuff? We could do that. It seems a little boring to me, but we could do that. Oh, I like that. Is that BattleTech? That's gotta be BattleTech. And then Discord. All right, thank you. That's a lot of sponsors on that. Maybe, do we do a whole? Should we do a whole? Oh, I like that. We could do a hull mounted sponsor. Done it for like other. Let's take a look at what we got here. Yeah, we got room here for it. Change those front windows. Let's think about that. Let's copy this out, right? Because we copy the hulls, because then we don't have to mess with anything. And remember, we've saved this original, so that's like not a big deal. Let's change these. Do a hull mounted sponson on the one side. Can I magnet that? Because we can always cut that. Like, we'll probably cut that front lip off it, but we could even maybe make it to the same size. How big is this? 0.5 point. This do is we'll and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut that front edge off this. And then we'll make $13. Okay, so we're just before we get too crazy here, let's copy this and move. Oh, but I want to make this less. I think, and then we'll try. That might be better. Like trying to make it look like eyes. So this definitely is what? How big? This is a 10.5, so this should be. Because I don't. Again, I just like vibe coded it or whatever. But then we want this to. And then we'll take this. And then this and this need to be parallel at the top. And then this can actually. Whatever we want, right? But that might be better. And then what we can do is we can go in here and make a sponson on it. I don't know what we're going to do with that sponson. Like, do we make a round? Because I think when we look at that, I'll bet you there's a lot of like solid spacing behind this. Yeah, there's like a lot of solid space in this. So we could actually do. I gotta figure out a way to like group this better. I think I can. So we can take a box though and do the same thing again. Because like what we'll do is we'll And there's our box, right? Heck, we could even do it there, right? Although we probably want to, in case we want to make that top piece removable, so we probably want to bring this over more. Probably want to bring this down, and then we probably want to come back away from that round. And then maybe a rounded of 1 so it softens it. I don't know. Because then it goes with our rounded edges. But then we can come back. I want to maintain that one so we can come back like that. And then we can cut like a flat into that. Take another box. Roughly where we want to be. And then we want to come tip. We'll make this pocket. I'm struggling here. Give me a second. Then we can just make it flush to the face, right? Two. This doesn't need to be so big. And actually, we just shift the whole thing over like this, like what we were talking about. Have that gap so that if we do choose to make that, put another block in behind it. So this and this need to be center. But what I'll do is I'll take this exact block, I will copy it, bring it across, we gotta make it a different like this, and bring it into there, and then we'll push it back into model. So then this matches with this, and no. Center? No. Is that center? And then we'll make that. And cut. But then I think it's too tall, right? So do we come back? Does this whole thing come back like that? And then we just make a cutout. Comes like that and cuts a whole path in there. We could, like it's not a big deal. Right, see what it looks like. Shallow? Oh no, it's okay. like in comparison? Not bad. It's not bad. Actually, I kind of like it. Then we just have to make a sponsor that fits in there. Copy that again. I just need this. That'll be my piece that fits here. Then I need to turn that to be 9.4 minus 2.5 is 9.15. Width is 12. It should be 1260, which that is 1235. And then my depth, that I can determine easy enough because that I just come back in and I want to be that determines my depth. So that now becomes a solid, right? Up a little bit. And then that's now the base plate for any sponson. And then what I can do is I can go grab like a Void Fang weapon. Yeah, this is doing great. I'm really proud. I made like $3. It's pretty cool. We should print this. Like I gotta print this tonight. Now what I can do. Did I not release these heavy weapon guys? Take this guy here. Thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Copy that. I don't need. Cut it up. Probably copy it here. Like, I think I can just like add the. Yeah, I can. So I can take this, plus this, plus this, plus this. Oh, that inner ring. Does that inner ring do anything? Can't even see that inner ring. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I can ungroup this. This. Get rid of this. And then what I can do. Actually, what I can do is I can take this and I can delete. And I can take this and just that. And then what I can do is I can take plug this right into the come down. I gotta make sure everything clears, right? So I want to be like, then I can come down and put it like that. And then I've got a C, so I need to copy this plate, this, and it fits. So it fits. There. Want that clearance, right? We got to be careful with the clearance. And maybe that plate is a little too big. I don't know. Looks okay. Like it's got clearance all the way around by the looks of it. But there, there we go. We got a cannon. And actually what we can do is we can press it. We do it like that. There's our front sponsons, side sponsons. Because we'll use that plate again. That's how I remember stuff, is I like leave things assembled. And then I don't need this anymore. So now I can group all of this. And then I'll turn it gray so we can look at it. Because it doesn't, it can be red, it can be blue, it can be whatever, right? But I wish I could select colors as I go, but it's sort of like a step in the. But there you go. So there's like. I wanted to clear everything, so I just that plate can actually be probably. And then what I think I need to do. I need to do. Ungroup this. That's better. Doesn't look so weird when it hangs out the side. What I'll do is I'll copy that. Align to the. Oh. Yes, I want to copy. Center. And there we go. I think that looks better. that's one piece. It's not multiple pieces. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it is. It is one color over here. Okay. But now, because I thought those barrels looked weird sticking out the side so far. So that's sort of, and then we could do that multi-shot plasma. We can take those multi-shot plasmas and put them on the side as well. We can cut the barrels down and stuff, right? And then we just group it, right? But I think that like front shovel looks better. I think that shovel looks better than that shovel. I think the little hangers there help it print better. Because you print it on the flat and then it'll do its thing, right? And then if we turn this to like that's looking pretty good. Like this is the original. Let's take a look at that. So I think the like the lens, I think those are better. And I do like that the front is more angular, like this. Like I know it's really square here, but and we can like improve like some stuff. But I think we're like because I think that's a better frame. I don't think we need that one anymore. I think that's a better frame because if we take a look at this, bring the two comparison wise close to each other, and remember the front end has not changed. I don't think. Well, I know the back end hasn't changed. I know the back hasn't changed. I know the height has changed. Like that one. I think that's more more of an improvement. Like I have no idea how well it prints, but just like concept wise, we could put if we wanted to be more like traditional tank, we could do armored turret and whatever, but I kind of like the weirdness of that turret because it's sci-fi. It doesn't have to be anything. It can be whatever I want it to be, right? And then it saves the angular turret design for other styles of models if I want. You know what I mean? And I know why Built Over Bot is watching. Yeah, you agree? Thank you. You can disagree, you can agree. I know I'm mostly talking to myself on this one, but and I think adding the sponson does give it more taste. And I like the hover engines are lower on the body, so it gives like more room inside, hypothetically. But it does. It definitely looks different. It's definitely from. Remember, I'm trying to stay in the same like genus, but it looks similar but different, which is what I'm trying to do. And I like the idea that if I make the turrets different enough and whatever, I can use like rotary turrets and stuff on different stuff, right? Plus, like tanks are pretty boring. Like I understand why they're boring, but they're pretty boring. They don't have a lot of like character. World War II tanks on their hand, yeah, they do. Especially the English ones. I really like the English ones. And there were some of them were really crappy, but it doesn't matter because it's all pretend, right? But I like the even the addition. Look at the additions to the turrets. The turrets are so different. Like I even changed the hatches. So the hatches were more. Look at the hatch on this one. The reinforced hatch on the front is not the same as the turret hatch. I like that. I don't know. We might have to redo the engines. I do kind of really like the engine. Maybe they don't need to be so big. Like they could be more snubbed in. But even with that minor alteration to the sponsons, making the spawn, I think really adds to it. Still on the fence about making that shovel bigger though. Like I feel like maybe it should be the full body, but I don't know. I do like asymmetrical things though. Something different, you know? Because everything, especially with computers, you can make everything symmetrical. It's really easy. Like, it's really easy to make things symmetrical. Okay, let's look. Let's do it and let's just see, right? Let's clone this, pull it out, and we'll ungroup it. What's my width? 89.25. So I want to make this and this. I have to break that apart. Yeah, oh, that's fine. So this just needs this and this. 82. What is it? What did I say? 89.25. Oh, you do? Yeah. I just maybe they need to be a little shorter. I don't know. They might be a little too big. That's the only like I like the comparison. Like I think they fit, but I think they might just be like they might need to be a little more squat. But I gotta take them apart to do that, so I don't want to mess with them, right? Well, actually, I can do it. Give me a sec. Well, because you want to make your own minis at some like see a little more squat. You know what I mean? Not so big, because that's the comparison, right? Well, I appreciate the support. I know you're just here to steal my secret super. Actually, these need to come. So yeah, it all has to be rebuilt. You can see. But I think those engines they need to be a little more squat. Let's take a look at this shovel. And then we'll realign the shovel because we'll align the shovel. Yeah, we'll align it all because I think we're parallel right now. Yeah, we can do that, and then we just not cutting it, so we'll have to cut it ourselves, but. Cut the top of it off. This and this. Now we know where we're at, right? So we can, and then this can just come right, right? And then we just everything's still aligned the way it was. And then that, and then we might have to fiddle with it a little. Not sure how to do this. So, but what I want to do is I want this to align to the center of this. So either I can make that, so I have to move a bunch of stuff, but because I need to move these. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. So we're now centered, okay? So we're going to now center around the cannon. So that now we're centered around the cannon. And then what I need to do is I just need to cut this one again, which is. And I just need to cut it internally, right? Because I can have the rest of it. I'm fine with it. Yeah, see like that. And then see that now that should all go. And that should give me what I want. It was working? Oh, you're definitely supporting it. Thank you, Built Over Bot. So then we make this like a light blue so we can see the difference between. Then we align to the end of this. What do you think? Is that better? I kind of almost want to make it taller too. We can save this shovel, but like also make this taller because we can make this taller, right? Split blend. Yeah, it blends. Perfect there. Yes, to move. Bare minimum is got to catch the edge of that, so we want. And it gives you room on either side. Really, you could come more this way. And now it hangs on both, right? And then, which is fine, right? So we just take this, we lock this, and we lock. Then we'll lock it. And just give it a second because we're making it do a lot of math. Which is fair. Also, thank you again, Built Over Bot, for supporting the chair. That didn't work. We didn't get the so we got to ungroup. Yeah. I don't hate that. Like I don't hate that. That is, I agree, that's better. Because now the plow covers the entire front of the vehicle. It's still a little chonky. Hard to tell without printing it how chonky it is, but yeah, I just think those edges are a little long. But I have to like rebuild that whole rear assembly anyway, because you can see here when I got a big gap. Yeah, I'll do a basically I've got another 6 hours for the trucks. Then I'll run yours. I'll run one of it, and then we'll do it. And I'll let you know. I'll run one on the dual extrusion, and then if it's good, I'll run multiple. Right? Maybe that pocket's just too deep. Really, like that needs to be like remade. Either that or I need to trim stuff. Gotta go up like that. That pocket where it wants to sit like that. it's interfering. That triangle. That. So this whole rear end has to be remade. But it's like major, major differences. Noticeably different. Which I think is good. I think that's really good. Even the turret seems like it's a little too big. Turrets are normally the whole top of the tank. That's the point, right? But I think that's even like the little addition of the overhangs on the windows is kind of. Yeah, I gotta be less afraid of making like more complex stuff because the printers can handle it now. Ender 3s have trouble with like really complex stuff. Those are so good. There you go, some Star Wars references in your Warhammer. Because the one thing I'm always trying to figure out is like, because this is all injection molded and you know they have a model for 15, 20 years. These ones aren't. These ones are pewter or lead. That's cool, Stug. I love Stugs. But like my goal is like number 4 nozzle, 3D printable. And a lot of this stuff is like injection mold, pressure cast injection molded. I'm pretty sure it's pressure cast, not vacuum cast. Yeah, like some of this stuff just won't 3D print. It'll resin, but it won't FDM print. Which is like why I do what I do, right? And the goal is to make something that's FDM printable every time. box in those. We're done with this for today. Because every time I kind of go through and I'm like, oh, I kind of like that feature, I kind of like that, or whatever, right? Zombies. Oh, Conflict 47. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the like weird sci-fi World War II. And you can see like that's a metal. That's from a sintered metal. No, the name of. But the way it's made, the model, the way it's made is like everything's really tight to the body and things touch. And the reason why it is because that's how the mold is. Not galvanized, vulcanized rubber molding. Well, that's wild. And a lot of this is just like kit bash. Like some of it's hand sculpt, right, with like binary plumber's epoxy, binary epoxies, but not fluid, but like sculptable. Like plumber's epoxy is one of them. There's a bunch of squats. That's funny. But yeah, like this is a more realistic style tank. It's very boring. Like there's really not a lot to like anything. Like they're boring. So I try to add stuff to them. That's fun, but that's not like you couldn't even play that on a game because it's too much kit. Oh, that's nice. That's cool. Yeah, I want to do some land ships. Just never know. Oh, that's well done. Yeah, dwarves throwing dice, nice. But even that, look at the size of those dice. Those dice the size of his fist. Too big, right? So it's like you kind of sometimes like that's why I like the heroic cartoony scale because you can paint it. And you can always tell older models versus newer models by the pose and by how flat they are, because that's how the mold works. Oh, that's cool. He made this for Epic 40K. Not Epic 40K. What is that game called? I forget. That's cool. That's fun. I gotta turn some music on for my. Let me know if it works. Oh, beauty sleep. Ah ha ha. Nice built over bot. Nice. You're so funny. Lo-fi? Hopefully it doesn't put me to sleep. Oh, it's not too bad. Yeah, I need my beauty sleep. I'm looking rough lately. I don't know why. I do have a biplane that I don't know what to do with. I don't know how to cut it up. Is one of the biggest problems I'm having with it. It's cool. I just don't know like what pieces to cut it into because the thing I always hear in the back of my mind is no supports. Like that's I'm the worst for that because that's for years people used to tell me, "Oh, that's really nice." Um, no supports, no supports. I'm not gonna print it if it has supports. And like, remember, I do make my models for myself, but I do want people to enjoy them. Like that's it's such a catch-22 because you're like, well, I do want to make something that someone else will enjoy. So I try to minimize my supports. You know, like that's the hard one for me. Yeah, I do like Trench Crusade. It is a really good-looking game. I don't know if it's fun, and the lore is really intense, but cool beholder. I have my own beholder. Like some people are just amazingly talented at painting something the size of your thumb, right? But like as you can see, like a lot of this stuff is made with plastic card, so it's like or plastic tubing. It's not made like any of the mods are not 3D printed. They're made like kit bash. They take stuff that already exists and they jam it together. But that when it comes to 3D printing, that's like a huge drawback because some models just will not print. Saxophone. You kind of got to decide what you want to do, right? That's really cool. But that's a full kit bash. I like the feet though. Oh, that's fun. It's like a diorama. But even getting this like textured look is hard to do. We saw that before. That's cool. But remember, like everything, I don't know about Trench Crusade, but I know for Games Workshop, every custom build thing is banned for competitive play. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. They want to sell their models. So like, I that's why I have no problem. Like, I know Stargrave's the same way, but like when I talk about my stuff, it's like use whatever you want. This is what I provide, but use what you want, whatever makes you happy. Because like, if you're playing, then you're telling more people about it. But Games Workshop, they're very much. They used to be like that in like second and third ed, but now that they make so many models, 3D printing, they hate 3D printing and they hate kit bashing because that's just the way it is. That's cool. Gaslands, but with an orc logo. I need to do a Crash Racers like thing. But that's why they say no because they want to sell their own models, which I understand. Like I'm not ragging on them for it. I think it's fair. It's I say the same thing about 3D print companies. But that's why I want to be kind of a bridge between like the Warhammer stuff and the D&D stuff, and I want to be kind of in the middle where you can use your own stuff because D&D I think you can use your own stuff except for like major events. Like cuz they're just placeholders, it doesn't matter, right? And I want to make cool stuff like Games Workshop. Now, granted, they have 30 or 40 years of design work. I have two. But even stuff like this is a scratch built papercraft. This be banned. It's just enjoying the universe. I think we've been over this lately. They have some rule like I think it's 90% of the model has to be from their line. And even then I think they're pretty like I don't think so, bruh. Like they changed their entire model lines because too many people were making similar models. They changed the names so they could copyright the names. They changed their model lines. Like they used to have this is cool. They used to have really sweet, um, like cartoony villains and serious villains, and now everything's serious, which is understandable. But you see these orcs? These style of orcs are being phased out. And if you enjoy this silliness and craziness that they are, then you're out of luck because everything they've gone to is more serious. But there's a lot of stuff that leaves itself to exaggeration. Like this is beautiful, but you'd never be able to play this. Too much of it is not Games Workshop. But this is the stuff they started with. You can see, right? Like this model hasn't been updated in 40 or 30 years. Whenever it came out, that was like they haven't changed it since. Like even these guys are old now, but I think they're moving away from this like cartoony orc look. The last I saw, they were. They're all going to this more. I don't know how to explain it, but this more style. And yeah, I don't like the squats, the space dwarves of Votan. They're just space marines. And I'm not the only one that thinks that. But again, it's their company. They can choose whatever they choose to do with it, right? If they say, well, you can't play that, you can't play it. Like, you couldn't play this. Like, you can't take it to their stores and play it. That's what I mean. Can't play this. It's not. Because it's not official. Which is fine, because they want to make their money. I get it. But, I just want people, like, you're going to sell books, you're going to sell minis no matter what. And me, I got to be more open-minded on my designs because, like, I've done enough of my own stuff now. I need to go and look at references and stuff. And I know, oh well, modeling is just modeling. I'm like, yes, modeling is just modeling. I get that, but yeah, this is funny because this is like when I started. Yeah, I remember when the Jump Pack Marines came out. You used to be able to buy 2 jump packs in a blister for $15. For these guys in the back here, you'd have to build each one of them with a regular Space Marine and then put a jump pack on them, and it was two for $15. I remember when the Assassins came out. But my problem is I've lived in the world of like industrial machines, and I know how little you actually see of a machine. They're often very very enclosed, and you see nothing because it's all concealed by body panels. So you have to add like little greebles and stuff because it's fantasy. It's not real. That's cool. But even like on here with this one, the little studs on the wheel, which I like, but the little studs on the wheel, they won't print. Or if they do print, they're so delicate they just break off. And then the problem is with this, you can't see what you're looking at because all the color. It's too much red and not enough like going in and painting sections. I really like this. I love this. I really like that a lot. It's just a truck, but and again, like for me, like in my world, I think it's cool, like because I want to do a license, because I want to do like allow additional content, it allows it all to grow. And if I like it, I'll just use it. I'll just go, oh, I like that sort of, and I'll incorporate it into something. Be inspired by stuff, right? And as I become a better designer, I am probably gonna have to go. See, I can do a lot of this though. I am probably gonna have to go to Blender or something. I do want to try Nomad. After watching Slayers use Nomad the other day, I was like, man, that was appropriately speeded. Because I don't want to fight the program. I just want to make the thing. And if I have to go in and change things, that's fine. But I don't like. I find that when I use WOMP, it's like one, it takes forever to load, and two, I don't really understand how to like group things. But again, like FFF or FDM printing is definitely come like that's really nice too. Has come a long way with the precision of it and smaller things. And my goal is to avoid using a number two nozzle. Yes, I can use a number two nozzle. I can do it any day, and I can design for it. But I avoid it because I know not everyone has it, and I want people to enjoy my stuff. I know I've said that a million times, but like the teeth on this chainsword, super impossible to print. Even the size of that power cable in there, too small. I feel like you got to be around 1 mil diameter for it to print okay. You can get smaller for sure, but you can't get anything. can't really get anything under 0.42 because that's the bare minimum extrusion on a number 4 nozzle. And remember, like, everyone's been said, like, oh, well, yeah, but you can over extrude to like 0.6, right? And that's basically 50% more. That 25% more. Like, no, 50% more. Which means you probably could extrude at 6.4. Because if it's 0.42, then if you take a half of 0.42, oh, sorry, so it'd be 2 ones. So add 2 ones, 6.65, 0.65. And the problem I find is if I go under 1.2 resolution, that's cool. If I go under 1.2 resolution with a number 4 nozzle, I find it gets a little like meh, meh. Which is why I print most of my stuff in 1.2 or 1.6. That's funny. That's actual ammo casings. But I like the bright terrain. I like the models bright. That's cool, whatever that is. Like I love, like kit bash. I love kit bashing. That's cool. Like you know you've done a good job when people take a bunch of your models and put them together. That's cool. That wouldn't print very well, but that's cool. You'd have to like take the arms and stuff off. And even then, I don't know what those hands. Depends on how big those hands are. And then everyone's like, well, use resin or use blender or use a smaller nozzle. I was like, now we're getting away from, oh, well, you've outgrown it. Yeah, but I don't, my choice is not to outgrow it. My choice is to actively support it. Because again, the more people we get with machines and enjoying, the better it's going to be. I know, and that's why I'm not interested in Blender. I can go do all the Blender tutorials I want, but like everyone's like, yeah, but if it takes me a month to do a model, that's okay. I was like, but is it? Like you're not putting out what's in your brain. Like I'd rather do my models and people perceive them as concepts and have like tens of thousands of them than to have um, 12 models, personally. And when you look at the terrain and stuff, the terrain's not super pretty. So why am I worried, right? Like I think it's better to build a bunch of models and a bunch of stuff that is definitely new than to continue feeding into pre-existing content. Because that's what everyone else is going to do. And it's not a shot or an insult to anyone. It's I like creating new things because I want to add to the world. And I think there's better painters than me. I think there's better designers than me. But I also think it's worth doing. It's like airbrushing. Everyone's like, "Oh, you should get an airbrush." Like, I want to spend $400 to get an airbrush that I'm going to use 10 times, like once a year or maybe twice a year. Yeah, see this one? This is the one I might use some inspiration from this. Like, look at that. Beautiful skin tones and shadowing. Airbrushed. That's sweet. I like that. Like even doing a flag like this is hard. And you can see like they definitely jam their models tightly together. Like you can see it, right? But is it bad? No. But you can see they add like cutouts and stuff to add texture, but none of that would actually be there, and that's the part I struggle with. Oh, that's cool. But even if you look at this giant thing, it looks flat compared to the rest of the models. Look how the texture on it is nice. It's really good. But when you compare the complexity of the weapons to the body of it, it's pretty blasé. And then when you look at the miniatures, they're really great, right? Like I think that's really good. But it also, yeah, I know, right? Like you need to be a blender. Like I had this conversation with somebody else, but you need to be like a like you need to be a proper artist, spend 10 years learning Blender and doing minor stuff to get to more complicated stuff. But then a lot of it won't 3D print. It's too fine, or it's got too many overhangs, or it's not thick enough. The layer extrusion. Oh, just use resin. No, because like the point is to create something like this model's beautiful, but those teeth won't print. The points on those teeth, they won't print. They just won't. Oh, that's cool. Gasland. Oh, Wasteland. Yeah, Gaslands. So it's like, yeah, I could go and learn Blender and do a build on Blender and progress my way up, but yeah, I print resin, but not in FDM. Yeah, resin's got great resolution, but the point is like, it's not a number 4 nozzle. It's not what everyone's using. And the goal is to stay in a way that everyone can enjoy it. Like I probably have to do 6 or 7 resin prints to get the figure it all out, and then go from there, right? But even like a lot of stuff on these guys here won't print. That antenna won't print. More than likely, that strap and the tip of those rifles won't print. Um, that arm might have trouble printing. So fine. I would like to be able to do cloaks though. I will say that I haven't tried doing it in Tinkercad because I haven't figured it out, but cloaks are pretty cool. Oh, that's cool. And then every time I start thinking about super wild designs or whatever, I just in the back of my mind I hear, "Oh, no supports." It's like, ugh, that's cool. And I want to be able to split the model so it prints well. Because you can always like add to it, but if the model won't print, it's no good. A lot of reposts here. Daka Daka? Are you not? Do you allow reposts? Because there's some new stuff here, but then there's a lot of Battlefield Gothic. That's the one with the spaceships. That's the one. A lot of reposts too. I guess people are proud of what they do, but yeah, because if it's too fine, it'll break. When you try to separate it or when you're playing with it, it'll just break. Like when you do woodworking versus like CNC. In woodworking, you can go and fiddle and do things, but when you do it, when you just have to, when you're stuck with just doing it with CNC, your limitations are larger. Like I'm always willing to try. That's cool. I know we've seen this already, but I think that's. I like the blade with the teeth. Like that strap won't print. That's from Spelljammer? Dune Skiff. Might be break time. I'm getting. Did the hippos finish? Oh, they did. But it did it again. He came loose. I'll just have to glue the center, right? That one's okay. That middle one's not good this time. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to glue this plate. Fine. I don't think it's you. Don't. It's. Although what I think I need to do is like get get some nano or whatever, because I'm using the Snapmaker stuff that came with the machine. Snapmaker glue. And the artisan is just kicking butt like crazy. And the bamboo is kicking butt right now, but it's just like, uh, yeah. I'm gonna take a break, but I'll be back. Oh, that's why he got thrown away. His. All right, guys, I'll be back soon. Welcome back. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Well, thank you for joining me here on YouTube. Thank you for watching the video, whoever watches the video. Just talking design and stuff. I'm making minis and stuff. I don't know. I'm tempted to make some Christmas stuff, but I'm tempted to do a Christmas tree, but maybe we'll do that on Friday. I don't know. Right now, I'm just sort of like looking through all the beautiful work other people do here on Daka Daka. It's like one of the largest like wargaming forums you can look at. They particularly specialize in Warhammer stuff, but it doesn't matter because it's still cool, right? So, and I guess looking at other art helps you learn to do art yourself. So, I might just take a break and play some Space Marine. I think I need a break. Yeah, this is cool. This turned out really nice. I guess you could, when you design this, you can make it more a little square and then print it on its side because it fits in it. So you make it, and then go and make the other side. Lots of inspiration. I like the barrels. Yeah, I like that sort of motorcycle. This is clever. Simple and clever, and it just came out nice. Rivets on the side and whatever. And the biplane. I have a biplane that I'm working on. I haven't released it yet. I can show it actually, I think. I think we're gonna print this now in the new upscaled version. I think bigger is better, you know. This is the biplane I was looking at. I think it's pretty cool. It still needs more, but it's got enough stuff, but I don't know how to split it up well. I don't know if I've even talked about. Yeah, I've already started to split it. See, I started to split it. I think it's about the okay size. It's like 118 mil, 11 centimeters. I don't know what the comparison is, right? But it's cool, and it's like we can go in, we can change. Like that's an enclosed crew compartment. Oh, I can cut that open and add gauges and stuff. Thing is, though, with internal, like if you have internal gauges and stuff, you normally have to split them out of the design and then make sure they fit in because the levers and stuff, they won't print without supports internally, right? So they all end up being like kind of congealed in there. So if you're gonna do that, you have to split them out. But there's like my biplane. I think it's cool. We can put wheels on it. A lot of dowel pinning and stuff, right? I like to use filament as dowel pinning for sure. But like that tank, I'm really impressed with that tank today. Still, this whole rear engine compartment has to be changed, which is fine. Like don't get me wrong, it's fine. But it's like that's another step. But like there's a lot of changes between the original, I think, and then the new. Yeah. I'm actually putting some hot water on it. I'm gonna have a hot chocolate. Gotta reheat my dinner. I think I'm gonna have leftover pasta. I may have forgotten it out. Too hot to put in too hot to put in the fridge, and I forgot about it. But little things like these shoulder mounts and stuff, all this, like it's so fine. I wish I could rotate that, but it's so fine. Like even these little spikes, they won't print. So that whole hand and everything has to come off, and then even then it's like we can take a look at get the name. We're working on some dudes with hammers. We could add to them, I guess. I am tempted. Maybe we'll just throw together like a flexi Christmas tree and just see. 'Cause that could be kind of fun. Ideally, it'd be hollow so you can put a light in it. I don't think I've even distributed the Greeble. I forget the name. There was a set I was doing. They were really good, and I forget the name of the set. But they had hammers and stuff. I forget. I don't know. I'd have to look through it forever. Yeah, let's play around a Space Marine, and then yeah, what did I do with them? I have so many models. Like that tank is going to turn into 5 different tanks. We might even change the turret. Like that's what I was thinking as when we look at this, I like the turret. Oh, it's not there. There. I like the turret, right? But that turret might change again. I might keep some of the stuff from it, but it might change again and just a separate turret for each one. And then that main hull cannon, I might just do like a howitzer version without the square, without the square. But let's do that. I think we're gonna play some Space Marine. I do often find it challenging to come up with new ideas on the fly. It's like just coming up with an idea on the fly is I find that a little bit. I've been waiting for those of you who watch. Waiting for an update on Schedule 1. I really want to see this mushroom thing he's promised. And I know he does it all himself. I know he's getting help now. There's like 3 of them, but I know it's hard. Like like he's got to do all the coding and stuff. Me, I'm just drawing stuff and I find it hard. So close all my slicers because well, when I have all the slicers. I don't know if my material's hot enough. Maybe that's the problem with the hippos. Sticking because the material. I did put some more glue down though. Space Marine like maxes out my computer. I love this game though. think I need to start tagging my files for like help me find something. Like I have this new set of minis that I want to do and they look really good. And I want to do them for like another set of crew for Stargrave. And I made they're based off this model here. Sniper, there's like a base trooper. I changed the pistols because the pistols are just changed the pistols. I made them. Apparently, everyone's didn't realize that I do charity stuff. Yeah, you guys and you're doing an awesome job on those prints. I will say I do feel silly asking for a photo though. When they're like, I'm like, oh well, you know. Oh, the print? No, it's their house hippos. They're designed by Built Over Bot. Steph, I'm gonna have to go and redo the wizard too. Maybe I'll give the wizard a beard made out of balls. Just do like a pattern and make it like bushy. I don't know. But we're working on the Void Knight's tanks today.
Yeah, I gotta learn how to do skulls. I wonder if somebody's done a skull tutorial for Tinkercad. I've done them before, but I'm not super impressed with my skull. I wonder if we will see more skull-like things from Built Over Bot. I don't know what they're working on. They're always working on something new, right? So I'm always curious. I know that they've said like, oh, we like to make kawaii stuff. Kawaii. So we're printing Christmas stuff. Doing flexies from Built Over Bot, print and place trucks from Fix 'em Dude. I might modify my truck to be a little smaller, so it doesn't take so. I can downscale it, and then I can just check the clearances. Seth, have you thought about separating your miniatures from their bases? Mini and then the base? And do you know what scale you use by chance? Nine for the bases. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I make my minis separate from their bases so that you can change the bases. I guess it doesn't. Well, and it makes it easier for supports, right? doesn't have to be the best way. It's whatever works for you. No, I was just curious. Like, if I can get tree supports to stop being a pain in the butt, my models will turn out different. Again, that's why, you know, I could use a layer height of like 0.4, 0.8, 0.04, 0.08 with a number 2 nozzle, and it would be better. And I could do resin as well, because that resin, they print out at 45, right? I think we also need to paint the battle bot. Raining like crazy here, so it'd be hard to paint it, but basically I have to pull all the internals out and repaint it. And I just don't know where I would put a battle box, but I am tempted to like try and make a battle box. It's like a 4x, it's 2 sheets of plywood. Well, yeah, so 2 this way and then 2 this way. That'll give you the floor, right? But I don't know where I can put that. And ordering the polycarbonate might be expensive, but might be a little bit. I'm not good at arranging things, so. My coffee table is 1x3. It's one of the IKEA ones. There's not a lot of room here in the lab. And I've been trying to clean up the lab, right? The company that I had come by to help me with stuff, they were like, they took a lot of stuff. And even now they're coming back again to help. If I had the space to like make my own furniture, I probably would. No, it's too small. You need a 4x4 box. Yeah, like or even have it so the walls can fit underneath, right? Because I think it's 4x2, which means that they could fit underneath, right? But there's no room. There's just no room in the lab. Like ideally, this all would turn 90 degrees. You'd face that wall all the time. but I don't think there's room for that. I could try it, but I don't know how I would get in. I'd have to get rid of like my chair. I have a couch and a chair. I would like to get a new couch though. This one's all worn out. Had it for the IKEA furniture is cool, but it wears out like fast. What's nice about it is I can lay down on it. Back hurts, I can lay down on it. It's actually too tall for me. It's cool. Like I'm very lucky to have what I have. This would be nice. Because the lab space, like the printers take up a lot of space. There's actually even a fourth printer in the kitchen. And then 3 more in my bedroom. I just gave one away actually. Didn't want to, but I did. Yeah, but there's nothing wrong. Like I would buy if because I'm so tall, Bob. If I could buy from like a secondhand store, I got no problem with that. Well, I love my grandma chair from IKEA and the stool that goes with it, but there's no room in here for it. And when I have the Christmas tree out, which I still need to decorate, so maybe we should do that. There's no like my lab, the space in here is just so, especially with the new tables, it makes it even smaller. There's room under the tables, I guess, but I'd have to like organize it better. Still have to set up the air filter and everything for the snap, finish the snap maker build. But it's so good. It's like this chair comes from the community. The community bought me this chair. Instead of sitting on the chair I had before. Gaming chair. But yeah, like ideally you wouldn't see that side of the room. You just see this corner. But I just don't know how to do it. Nice. I'm a plague marine. He's a plague marine. Just I never go out looking for fern. Not many people stopped in to see me. Yeah, I have a, because I had dad used to come by and he'd rather sit on the chair than the couch. So, and I love that classic floral print. I got it like quarter price off. I got 25% off from IKEA, and it's like my favorite. It's my favorite piece of furniture I have. Right, I have my dinner table from my dad. He bought me one. Like, you don't even have a dinner table. I was like, eh. He's like, I'm gonna get you a dinner table. Here you go. But now there's like a 3D printer and like tons of 3D prints on top of it. Oh no, that guy's a clone of me, just a better looking version of me. Interesting. I must be playing with bots. That might be my other character as well. Because I might be playing with bots, so they give me mods that look like me. I don't know how they assign bots. Yeah, I don't go out much, and I don't have guests very often. And this is all I do now, right? I stream and make stuff. It's weird though, because the Snapmaker should be done 4 hours, but it says
37 hours, 12 minutes ago, the Imperial
another
cruiser Wrath of Espandor in orbit
6-7
around
hours.
Avarax transmitted a distress beacon and then went silent. Intelligence suggests the ship now plays host to Tyranid parasites, and the reported damage exceeds reclamation standards. If we cannot reclaim the ship, then we will unleash the Wrath of Espandor's full destructive potential directly into the Xenos Hive fleet. The value of the Wrath of Espandor is twofold: its cyclonic arsenal and its proximity to several Tyranid war vessels. Combat Squad Phaedrus is already on board and is the tip of the spear. Additional squads are inbound to secure objectives. Make your way to the Ordnance Depot and take control of the plasma cores.
The ship itself becomes a weapon.
Talassa, this is Combat Squad Phaedrus. Breach via any existent openings you find.
Understood, Phaedrus. We're breaching now.
Progress towards the Ordnance Depot. We will rendezvous with you and Combat Squad Hereton there. Remain vigilant. The Xenos infestation goes deep in this ship.
En route to Ordnance Depot. Seems quiet so far, but that will change. Specialized bioform neutralized. Tyranid infestation is revolting.
And I'm down. Yeah, so I've got bots playing with me. I think a player just jumped in.
Multiple contacts swarming our locus. What is your status, Talassa?
Nothing we cannot do, Phaedrus.
Good. We have drawn their focus. Keep...
Phaedrus, repeat.
And I do like that these rounds are pretty short. Like, you know, they could have you here for an hour if they really wanted, right? I'm just curious how this thing has gravity.
reported a short while ago.
We must consider our brothers lost then. Our objective is to secure the cyclonic warheads at all costs, encountering heavy Tyranid resistance.
Battle plan updated, Heraton. Even a dauntless-class cruiser cannot withstand this much punishment. We can yet turn this loss into a victory.
I don't even know how to emote in this game. Whatever. Emotes are important in games, apparently.
Major organism sighted. We have tyrannic primes. So much potential for destruction. If only we could level these weapons to the high infecting ship. Walk available. Magazine depleted. Reloading ammunition. That was no killing blow, brother.
I can use some ammo.
Your battle awareness is impeccable, brother. How do you hone those instincts?
I reduce all unnecessary chatter.
Ah, understood.
Combat
Battle
squad
awareness would
Heathen
be less
reporting
effective
in.
without your
The
Auspex
bridge is
studies.
lost, as are my
You
squad
make a
brothers.
good team.
I am cut off from our planned route to the ordnance depot. Calculating a new route based on your report, Heraton. Standing by. Be advised. The cruiser's crew managed to execute security protocols before they were overrun by the Xenos brood.
We are committed to this course.
Talassa, commune with the main console in front of you to bypass the security protocols.
Confirmed, Combat Squad Heraton. Relieving wounds.
Swapping magazine.
combatant before it rallies more enemies. Exposed to noxious agent.
Got one.
Engaging elite countermeasures.
Fresh magazine in. Disgusting. Tyranny.
Begin again. One of the symbols was wrong.
Destroy spore mines. Injecting stim. Capabilities restored. Iron Halo ready. Iron Halo protocol in progress. Administering aid.
Fire! Keep them, you bastard!
Obtaining armaments. Match confirmed. Injury intervention en route. Further support protocol engaged. Activate the correct nodules. Match the emblems. Iron Halo online.
Confirming match.
War gear acquired. Eliminate target before it summons reinforcements.
Let go of me!
The target is secured with reinforcements.
You shall be honored for this, brother.
Ukrainian tyranny annihilated. Stabilizing traumatic node. Friendly firewall initiated. Xenos countermeasures successful. Xenos countermeasures successful. Check your after that mission.
Last one. The machinery is awakening. Engineering networks coming back to functionality.
Show us the fastest route to the plasma reactors.
The lift platform is in transit. Arrival pending.
Rally at the lift platform.
Attention boarding parties. We have confirmation that Combat Squad Phaedrus is lost. I need a mission status update from all remaining combat squads. Combat Squad Heathen here. Redirecting along newly advised path. Combat Squad Octavio reporting in. Cyclonic armaments secured for now.
For now.
You are nearing the reactor cooling hall. Report on its condition when you arrive.
The scale of the Xenos infestation is worse than we thought.
A lot of them down
All
there.
squads, we have updated our battle stratagems. Heathen, reinforce Octavio and protect the cyclonic armaments. Talassa, your new orders are to destabilize the
Yeah, there's a
reactor.
lot.
Temperature spike, and the Tyranids may redirect their assault to you, buying Heathen and Octavio some time to prime the armaments. When you reach the reactor's cooling console, disable the emergency flash shields. Emergency blast shields retracting. Warning. Coolant rods exposed. Talassa, I need you to disable the entire cooling array. Concentrate fire on the exposed cooling rods.
Damage will be great.
Access granted the bridge console.
Bobbing. Oh, there's somebody actually in the game.
Elements of the cooling rod array are cloaked. Identify blockages and remove Xenos organisms. Identify blockages and remove Xenos organisms.
Where they are, I have no idea.
Elements of the cooling rod array are cloaked. Identify blockages and remove Xenos organisms.
Coolant rods all decommissioned.
Temperatures at critical level. Plasma reactor shutting down to prevent catastrophic detonation. Talasa, do not let the reactors cool down. This cruiser will soon perform its final task. Proceed to the decks below and force the plasma reactors to overheat.
Updating our route to the plasma reactor.
I know, right? I was like, who am I talking? I'm confused. Because like nobody uses a mic anymore because all the negative experiences people had on Xbox, right?
Swapping out magazine.
Yeah, that's got to be one of my other characters.
Have you received word from our brother in Combat Squad Heathen? His approach vector should have taken him through the technical underbelly.
No Heraton, but these halls have seen battle.
Understood. Be advised, we remain under heavy Tyranid assault.
With the overheating reactor, the Tyranids will refocus their efforts.
This is ill-advised, Talasa. If you do not rig the reactor to detonate, the cyclonic warheads will be wasted. Combat Squad Octavio will redouble our efforts to draw the Tyranids away from your position instead.
Acknowledged, Octavio. Emperor be with you. Enemy call for assistance prevented.
Oh, and I'm down.
Biohazard
And I'm down.
detected.
Wah, wah, wah.
Mortal wound. I think that.
Engaging elite countermeasures. Swarmline inbound. Biovore life cycle silenced. Tyranid swarm thin. Enhanced tactic ready. Talassa, we have lost contact with Heathen leader, and Octavio is pinned down. You must destabilize the plasma reactor. Our brothers from Phaedrus and Hereton shall not have died in vain.
Reactor chambers within reach.
Relic possesses restorative properties.
Ew. Look at all the goo.
Xenos countermeasures successful.
Servitors by the looks of the remains.
Refilling magazine.
Access granted.
Primary objective ahead.
Oh, and I'm down.
Vital load functions diminishing. Guardian ready. Initiate. Launcher set. It is moving. Prime down, but its sibling is renewing its offensive. Let us reunite the primes in death. They struck down our opponents, but second company prevailed.
Now, engage the console to cripple the reactor. And Talassa, when those magnetic stabilizers stop, prepare for rapid egress.
Prepare for rapid egress. Does that mean like jump to your own doom?
Catastrophic plasma dispersal. Plasma cores are now exposed. Caution advised. Reactor critical, Talassa. Disengage.
Push, brothers!
Talassa, we're tracking your signatures. Octavio and Hereton Leader are already on board. Our brothers prevailed. Evacuation protocols initiated. All crews report to ship leaders.
Was that what it means?
Core integrity at 50% functionality.
Run away! Seems unfitting.
Friendly fire warning issued.
Plasma cascade in reactor cooling chamber. Multiple hull breaches detected.
Equipping fresh magazine.
There we go. We ran away and we didn't get blown up. Yay!
Race for turbulence. Spray for out for your valor, Talassa. This operation would have ended in a
Ran
major
away! Yay! I forgot about my hot chocolate.
exceed our rule. This hard-fought victory cost us dear.
I want to see what I succeeded with, but
Retribution
I gotta
rep
put
into
some
the Tyranid fleet
my
will
spaghetti
sear
sauce back
in
on.
bitter fury. Our honored dead take solace that they have
There seems to be no problems with the hippos this time there, Bob. Didn't you be having dinner already, though? They are house hippos. I think that's where you got the idea from. Because Bob's a big community nerd here on Twitch or YouTube or whatever. should breed. Hippos are so scary, man. Hippos don't swim; they run on the bottom of the river. Hippos are terrifying. Hippos, elephants, lions, tigers, bears. What other large predator animals are out there? Did you know that hippos will just attack a kayak? No, it's from my mom singing. My mother singing. I wanna. Oh, is it really? Yep, I'm serious, Bob. You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to do Christmas hats on all your stuff now. Yeah, you're gonna have to do that because there's like you have so many models now. I know you can make thousands and thousands of models, whatever. I get it, but still. I'm still waiting for the tell me what I won. We have a goat and a sloth to upload. Ooh. Good. You two are very talented. And you make super cute stuff. I don't think so. Seasonal stuff is like popular. Even I do. Like I was saying earlier, I might do a flexi print Christmas tree. So a Christmas tree, right, with flexi legs. I know it's like a thing other people are making, but like everybody makes everything, and especially if it's a common denominator thing, you might as well. I do feel it's like low-hanging fruit, but what does it hurt? Especially if it's like you, where you have a huge inventory of stuff. Hey, I did the most range damage, and I revived the most teammates. I'm the MVP, baby. And I'm close to my heavy bolter. I think that's what it said. Is like the next tier of heavy bolter. I think he's 7,500. I'm not sure. I think you get more points for harder challenge. I'm not sure. Don't know. Like maybe it's like Helldivers where you get better opportunities if you play harder games. But I struggle with these ones. Like I lag so bad with everything on screen, right? Oh, I see. End it with more shots. Oh, I see. that now I'm starting to understand more. Like they all look the same, but they're not the same, I guess. And I don't know what like changing your armor does, right? But I like that one. Yeah, and then I guess as you just play more games, I guess you get level ups. I don't know. I don't really understand. Gotta take a break here. But no, I totally agree with you. Like not making seasonal stuff. I do what? I do actual seasonal stuff from time to time, and then I do. Yeah, like I'll do actual seasonal. And maybe have some chicken and French fries for dinner. I do like actual seasonal. Like so, I'll make like Christmas ornaments and things like that. And I also will then maybe make one mini that's seasonal. I do like Halloween though. I do end up going really wild for Halloween. You know, I just really enjoy Halloween, so. Well, I used to. I think Halloween's a lot different now, which sucks because everybody's afraid of everybody. So I guess I'd love to see more like Halloween parties and stuff, but I don't have the space to host people. Like I can't have house parties. And I'm on the West Coast and I don't know really anybody out here. Like I guess I could move my butt to Ontario and enjoy the snow. But, you know, can't buy a house, so what's the point in moving anywhere else, right? If the rent is no different across Canada, what's the point, right? I think the rent is the same everywhere, pretty much. No. Would I love to buy a house? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would love to buy a house. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, so it's hard to have an opinion, right? But then, you know, I was thinking, like, how am I going to repair my house with, if everything's so expensive, right? We'll get there. The channel's doing better than ever. Well, not better than ever, but the channel's doing really well. And things have been growing like crazy here, so... Sorry, I'm just prepping some dinner, guys. Thinking of posting one file that could be bad. I keep telling you, have a second profile, dude. Keep having a second have a second profile. And you're like, but Maker, I don't want to have a second profile. Have a second profile, man. Like, I know it's a huge debate with you. Because you're like, well, but we don't want to... And then, you know, if you talk to other people, they're like, well, you know, do you really need a second profile and all that other stuff? I agree. Do you? But if you want to post dumb things, or things that are bad taste, like, and then like IP stuff, well, you could do Futurama, like, bad robots and stuff, like, because Santa Claus is an evil robot in Futurama, right? I've definitely thought about doing that, because like I'm pretty sure the robot in Futurama is pretty simple to make. Like I haven't looked, but I'm pretty sure my memory serves me that he's not that complicated looking. But you know, like a few things in bad taste, put him on a different profile. I think I'm gonna have chicken and french fries tonight. I got some cone. But no, things are like getting better here in the lab and doing the best we can, right? There's no easy answer, no hard answer here, just no answer in all, so. But I'm really excited because I did get to buy some Frank's Red Hot, which is my hot sauce of choice, because you can taste it, but it doesn't, you're not tasting the, I don't know, you're tasting the hot sauce, but you're not tasting the hot sauce? I don't know what the term is, right? And I use a lot of it because I like a glaze, so I'm probably not the best advice on this stuff. But I don't like eat deep fried or anything.
I did not ask for recap.
Alright, so turn this on, turn this.
It stokes an infernal turbulence in my remaining flesh parts.
And I'll put my. I end up overcooking my chicken because I hate getting like I don't want to get sick, and I have like a really weak stomach for food. So I'm gonna do 20 minutes at 350. Then I'll throw my French fries in the air fryer, and then that'll be like 12 to 13 minutes. So it ends up being like 35 minutes or something. But like, how bad? You're not a bad taste person. How bad a taste could you possibly do, sir? No offense, but. But that's like the usual debate is like, that's why so many people have so many different profiles, because they make so many stuff, right? And they want to get multiple subscriptions. Oh, and did I tell you guys that I actually ended up making like $3 on Maker World off of my exclusive release of my Christmas ornament? Oh yeah, I gotta do the hot water still. I want a hot chocolate. But no, I definitely would like to get together with people for Christmas and stuff. And I have made a few new friends here in Vancouver. But I live in the suburbs, so it's like, I'm not in the city, so it's a little bit harder to make friends. And everybody is so shy. You do not. Because you've never even sent me like a drawing or an idea of a bad one. You've never even talked to me about a bad idea. Like, what's your bad? I love your emotes like, oh, bad advice. But what bad advice have you ever given me? Now, granted, you probably don't give it to me because you know I'll ignore it, but. We keep our bad ideas to ourselves. That's fair. I like bad ideas, though. I talk about stupid ideas like Maker Hoss, like Maker Camp and Maker Hoss. That's like the dumbest thing ever. Like, a house out of the city's what, 500 grand to $1 million, and like put a studio in is probably another 30,000. And then inviting strangers to my home is probably a bad idea. Or even talking about big pipe dreams like that is probably bad advice, bad idea. But I just hope somebody gets the idea, because at some point it's gotta.
Someone's got to give. And now with like AI taking everybody's job, and it will. It absolutely will. Because why pay 20 people when you can pay one, right? And nobody having a way to retire. Ugh, I don't know.
Ignoble Metrian has defied multiple summons.
Your dream is exactly what I want to build. Maybe not in the same place, but is exactly what I want to build.
Captain Acheron has
And the fact that like you've never said like, hey Maker, when I can have you, I'll have you, even if like you've never gone over the fine details, which I don't expect you to, nor do I expect you ever to invite me. But just know that I know that even people in your community will want to will want to help.
Mission deployment and evacuation. This is as close as I can get you to the Longinus Gamma facility.
You're kind of a cool dude, and letting the boys and the gals get together and just like
Take heed, Viridian. Trigon target acquisition vectors are unknown. Best to keep moving and stay together. Projecting a sense of tactical dominance may deter it from attacking. For now.
I would.
Trigon abomination! Trigon's exoskeleton would repel any of our current munitions.
Indeed, Viridian.
Sorry, what did you say there? I would have built part of it on my open, but some of it was inspired by. How could it possibly be inspired by me?
Engaging Tyranid combatant.
Oh, okay.
The Trigon alters its approach vector.
Like I said before, all I want is the best for everybody around me,
Change position. Maintain formation.
I would never have had the dream of people coming to the outside to myself. Oh, well that... You give me too much credit.
Rearming. Xenos countermeasure successful.
Well, yeah, but a lot of times is like, how does I know a lot of people are like, oh, keep it secret, keep it to myself. Okay, sure, but what do you get out of that? Like, I know there's always the danger someone will always like rob you or hurt you. I get that.
Reposition and refocus. Look, the beast changes its vector. Conversion field operational. Kill confirmed.
But life, like in my experience, definitely my experience, life is better with other people in it.
Tunnels towards our position. Enemy request
Right? Like nothing's gonna be perfect, and nothing's ever gonna be perfect, right?
Maintain formation. Run as one, brothers. Contact imminent.
Yeah, but you got something. Life is, like I said, and I've always said to you, I don't know about opening it to the public, right?
Rounds expended.
But what I have said to you is like, I do think that there's always an opportunity to
Specialized biome
Um,
neutralized.
make something out of it, right?
Elite level Xenos. Pacify. Close ranks and hunker down.
Like yeah, like I'm nervous about giving out my my information and letting people deal with me.
My setting bombardment detected. Fresh magazine.
Respects engaged. We are allies. This has touched the magazine.
I need ammo, man.
Watch for the beast. Dig in and fortify this position. Speed up and stay close.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Refilling magazines.
I just to me,
Reloading ammunition.
if I can share, I will share. And if I can make some money while doing it, it seems like a good idea to me.
A lift station lies just ahead, Meridian. Considering the Trigon's presence is incidental to our objective, utilize the lift to reroute closer to Metrian's keep. Securing efficient transport now.
Oh, you ain't so smart now, is ya?
Predatory class Tyranid eliminated. Waste nothing, brothers. We must proceed together.
And there's so many, like Bob, and to anyone watching this VOD and whatever, there are so many lonely millennials who need friends, who need community, and since like bars and hobbies, like even people don't even go to Games Workshop to play anymore, because everybody's getting nickeled and dimed over everything.
I have no music to play while you descend. Use the silence to
Even going to the park is a drama these days. So it's like, yeah, man, just I figure to myself, you know, make something good out of nothing, right?
Irritant signal silenced. Continue to discuss your fate amongst yourselves. It changes nothing.
Block out any distractions. Our orders stand.
A suggestion: abandon Gallio's misguided vendetta against the maker's biologists. Do you know what Gallio and Nutrien achieved together in the past? Ask about Project Zeta 6 if you ever speak to him again.
That Trigon is a greater threat than your functional class.
I don't know. And I know it's scary because, like, there is a legitimate fear
Execute Iron Halo tactics.
that someone will come and take everything you have, which is, like, I think a legitimate fear.
Beyond their lifespan. Remember that, brothers.
You know, here in Vancouver it is.
In possession of weapons.
Tech priests designed this facility to withstand any assault. We shall pit the strength of a Trigon size against Imperial construction.
Don't think I will have lots of legit people coming in after I would close it. Yeah, exactly.
Enhanced tactical ready. Ammunition here.
Yeah, I hear you. That's my logic, right? Oh no, we walked around in a circle.
I was worried you had fallen victim to Mitrian's mastery of malphonic disruptive frequencies, but now the uncomfortable sensation associated with relief cools my remaining skin.
Be warned, Viridian.
Mitrian cannot hope to stand against you alone, so she will lie and stall in hope the Xenos swarm will devour you. Case in point, she has enslaved that servo skull as a crude mouthpiece. But give her word zero credibility for the mission's sake. And your own.
Mitrian has failed thus far, and she will continue to fail.
None of this matters.
Like, that's legitimately one of my concerns, is that people will come rob my lab.
Steam injection administered.
Oh, time to put French fries on.
We are committed to this cause.
Alright, I gotta go do that. Yeah, because I'm like, I work so hard for everything, and I'm just like, that's a fear. I think that's a fear of any maker who's not big, right?
Requisition melter charges to eradicate the tunnels and halt the infestation. Melter munition should be nearby.
Is like,
The thermal power of the Imperium will halt this infestation.
uh-oh.
Utilize melter tactics to negate Xenos' presence.
Purify the infected tunnels with the melter charges.
Melter charge deployment approved.
We got some more hippos. Gotta do another batch.
Place melter charges on the Xenos swarm spots.
I have a melter charge.
Eradicate the Xenos crawlways with the melter charges.
Annihilate Tyranid rally points.
Guard the melter charges atop their moldering passageways. Cleanse those Xenos passages. Place melter charges on the Xenos swarm spots.
Tyranid burrow clear. Advance towards objective. objective awaits. Changing magazine.
It's like, did I tell you, like, all the pubs here are gone? Like, they just one of the most famous pubs that in my town closed, and now they've rebranded to a country western pub.
I am but a humble grain, patched into a mining facility, and nothing more. What reason exists to pull me from recording biomass coalescence data firsthand? I pose no threat to Galio or the Imperium, even if I should fall. Disconnect her synaptic tethers from the facility command terminals. Stand firm. I expect her to route Xenos to assault your locus.
Establish perimeter around console. I will hold the console.
Drinking in public is just as bad. Yeah. Well, like, the thing that's going on here is, like, nobody can afford it. There's a big, I just read an article about it. Is like millennials and Gen Z can't afford to go out for beers. And it makes sense because a beer's like $14. So it's like an hour's wage.
Establish perimeter around console.
Yeah.
Locate a power cell and restore their generator. Where is that power cell?
I beseech you, Galio, bear witness to the summation of our divine arithmetic from long ago. Remember Project Zeta 6? As my theorems predicted, your
target has secured reinforcements. Kill confirmed. Exposed to noxious agent. Engaging elite countermeasures. Obtaining armaments.
Going the wrong friggin' way.
Contaminant causing bodily distress. Iron Halo online. Intercepting projectiles. Administering aid. Iron Halo protocol in progress. There is no turning back. Ammunition restocked.
Gotta go check on my French fry.
Reminder, priority is to cover ground as quickly as possible. Ammunition cache here.
Chicken looks good. Right?
No going back, brothers.
Yeah, I'll turn it off and let the... No, it's, the Europeans seem to figure it all out,
Even this interminable
but I don't know if I have an answer for all that.
Enhanced tactic ready.
But I used to love pub nights, I used to love going out with the boys or going out with the fam. Like, what would be fun is like, if an event or whatever happens, is to do, like an in-house trivia night.
Eliminate target before it summons reinforcements. Enemy reinforcements in. Enemy call for assistance. Prevented. High priority killing. Eliminated. Target silenced. Exposed to noxious agent. We are allies. Detecting stim.
Yeah, but I'm even like, that's the thing, right? It's like there's no
I'm like really open-minded to as much of it as it can be. Cause like I've always said, like for me, the the goal would be to like have content creators and stuff come join me, right? Because I think that like a lot of those YouTube events and stuff are pretty cool.
Obtaining armaments. Gathering supplies. I am making ready to mobilize reinforcements.
I don't know. This guy just wants to grind, I guess. It's like one of the things that like it'd be cool to get creators to come here to Vancouver, out to the suburbs where I am, because like there's lots of cool stuff here in town.
No telling what surprises await.
There's even like 2 motels. I wouldn't say they're, you know, and I'm an hour from Vancouver, right? So.
I cannot land with that burrowing abomination lurking about. Deep scans have penetrated the atmospheric disturbances and Matrium's meddling code. Trigon vulnerability data pushed to your displays.
Brilliant. Form up and dig in for a fight. Target lock on its vulnerabilities.
Another high fisher. Trace melt on warnings.
Well, that's why I was like, that's why I was asking you about, hey, like what sort of,
Charges on the spots.
like, are you interested in doing, like,
Deploying hyperlethal tactics to pacify tyrannic presence.
builds and stuff, right?
Annihilate tyrannic radicals.
Because that seems to be what everyone's doing large builds. No, little builds. Like, what was the one, Laura Conf and Adam Savage, what they do? They did like a 1-day build.
Melter charge deployment approved.
Like they were doing 1-day builds. Ouch, 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 ouch. Like what they made a bottle opener or something, like a overcomplicated bottle opener.
Trigon has high ground advantage.
Trigon kill confirmed.
Which I thought was like really cool, right? Like it's not my cup of tea, but the fact that they got together for like an 8-hour day and made something.
This errant Magos should receive
Like scrap builds and stuff, right? Like that's I think that's cool.
The historical dataset she possesses are for Mechanicus eyes only.
That's why I was like, hey, do you want to build a go-kart? Or because I know you're like, oh well, we want to clean the space out, but you should start dreaming about like what projects you want to do. Like, what's the benefit of bringing somebody down, right? Like, what are they good at? Da 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 da. I get the gun tubers and stuff. They're all like, oh, we can go shoot out on the flat range. Like that's something for sure. But as makers, like, oh, we painted this thing, or we built that thing, or what, or we just sit around and play cards, or you know, build a 3D printer, right? Like build a simple 3D printer. I don't know. Like refinish a machine. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know, like for makerspace wise, I don't really know like even what to suggest. Like basically high school projects from an adult's perspective. Like basically a high school shop project. Like make mallets. Like if you have woodworking, make some wooden mallets. Build one of the Elegoo remote control robots, or build some death racers and play with them. I don't know. It's all expensive. Nothing is cheap. Nothing is easy. But what's nice is like you could still work. Like you could do that, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna go work. Like I gotta go pay some bills, so I'm gonna go build this thing or fix this thing. Oh, I gotta go fix a lawnmower or whatever, right? It's hard because like projects are skill related, so it's like somebody might be able to program an Arduino and wire an Arduino, but what are they going to put it into, right? And sure, 3D printing's fast, but it ain't that fast. It ain't like that, right? I think that just a lot of like the group togethers are like socializing. Like Rocky Mountain, or sorry, Midwest, I thought would be more socializing, but it was just basically a trade show. Like people would come down, hang out for the day, wander around the event, and then leave. That's a little bit different, right? And then my perspective is probably it's stronger for YouTube than to live stream or have someone film for YouTube, because there's a lot of like fiddling around doing nothing. Like if you watch a lower comp video, it's 15 minutes long or a half hour long. An 8-hour day compressed into, you know, half hour is not much, right? What 20th of the day or something? It's basically like it's introduction, challenge, yeah, I'd say it's like introduction, challenge, completion of task, and then final notes. Which is way more suitable for YouTube than it is for like like streaming. Although, like, if you can compress it down, who cares, right? Did I get a new rank of weapon? That's cool. I'm gonna like fiddle around with this, and then I'm gonna have I'm gonna go have dinner. But no, that's I think basically like, you know, high school projects, or I'm sure there's like 2-day projects online. And then if it's a long-term goal, like things like building up your makerspace or whatever, that's a different story, right? Oh, I unlocked the new chess piece. Oh, and I don't have points to buy anything either. And then I have stuff to buy in here. Not so smart. Oh, so it is relative to the tree, so you can't even use it at other parts either. Okay, okay. Oh, and I see you can increase. I see. So you can just buy the mastery if you've done it enough. If you've earned enough points. Buy the. If you have the weapon, you can master it.
I get it? Alright, well, whatever. So if you... okay, okay. Well, anyway, everyone, thank you for such a great show today. You guys got me a little chatty there at the end. We did some design work. We played some video games. You know, it's good times. We were supposed to go through Discord, and we didn't, but oh well. Printing some stuff for charity. Just doing our best, right? So, love you all very much. I need to ask 3 things of you before I go today, of course. 1, keep your chin up. You can't see the world staring at your feet. 2, protect your neck. I don't want you to lose your head. And 3, just build, build, build. Be safe. Take care of yourselves. I'm back Friday afternoon. I might be starting at noon on Friday because it's a little bit better. But enjoy this outro, and sadly we can't raid here on YouTube.
That's it. That's it. I really hope you enjoyed it. We had a ball making it. Thank you.